Check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, 1 second. Oh, right. You can hear me?
Yeah, you're loud and clear.
Yeah, you breaking up a little bit yourself.
Sorry about that. I don't know why.
Yeah, you breaking up badly.
You need to change your earphones. I'm going to change them.
Oh, shit. What the hell is that? Nah, it's still bad.
But it should be working now. Signal is strong. The signal is strong.
You think it's what?
Hello, can you hear me now? Am I better?
Yeah, hey, you better now.
Yeah, I have to close some of the windows. You have too many windows open. Yeah. So I watched the video with the guy and the cigarette. It's a pity you couldn't pay for
Say that
me to
again?
watch it. The 8 minute
Say
video.
what?
The 8 minute video. The guy,
Yeah, you still breaking up. Let me ask the chat. The chat, is 2P's breaking up when you're in, or is it just my phone? If he's breaking up, type in he's breaking up, or yes. Make sure it ain't just me. It shouldn't be me because I called in. I'm not even using Zoom on my phone. Yeah, he's breaking up. It's going to be You sound. Say talk again.
Am I better now? No.
Slightly better. Slightly better.
It must be better now.
You sound a little better.
It should be better. Yeah, it should be better now. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
There was a video that you had, 1 8 minutes, that showed the guy complaining about the tax on the cigarettes. That would be a video to show.
Did I get you said somebody's complaining about cigarettes?
Yeah, the video showed the guy complaining about the cigarette tax, about sales tax.
Oh yeah.
That would be a good video to show the audience.
Yeah, that was funny. Yeah.
All right. So So what's going on? What's the issue about?
Did you read the title?
I didn't see the title. I'm coming. Right?
Yeah, I put the link in the chat because once we get started, I think they're gonna want to. I think they're gonna want to chime in. They want to chime in on this one.
Yeah, I'm checking the title.
Say that again.
I'm checking the title.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm so muffled today.
Did you see it?
Enough negro.
Do you know where I got that from? Yeah. Do you know where I got that from?
Where you got that from?
Because there's Dr. Khalid Muhammad speech in Harlem, New York. Harriet, what's her name? Goddamn. Goddamn name. Yeah, but the Harriet Tubman School in Harlem, New York, and that was like a good speech. That's like unpopular when it comes to his catalog, because he was like more his Black Panther days at that time. It's like his speeches got unpopular when he left the nation. So like when he did speeches when he was like a Pan-Africanist and a Black Panther, those speeches didn't really get out there like that to the public. But anyway, so he was a Panther, so he's talking about a real revolution. It's unrealistic, pseudo shit. But the real revolution is the revolution of the mind that people talk about. It's our thinking, and not just our thinking, our education too. But our thinking is first, because in order for a person to seek accurate education, their thinking got to change towards that. Because you see the guy with the sales tax, look at his thinking. And that's the education we usually go for in this community, not Black society altogether in America, but in our community, the information we go for, because through peace, we want special information. We want to appear to be more scholarly than the scholars. And like, it's only one way to do that, is to become a scholar yourself. But we don't want to do that because that takes hard work. Now, the years Ali Muhammad dedicated to pseudo shit, stupides, he'll be a real doctor right now. Had he dedicated all that time into, MD, to school to be an MD, he'll be a real doctor. But again, like, we don't want to be a real doctor. We want to compete with real doctors, real lawyers, real politicians, real scholars. We want to compete with them as though we got some bullshit information that could, compete with what they got. Our information can't do shit for society. For those who want to get it the cheap way, they want to cheat and get a fake pseudo education that they believe they can compete with academia. So as a result, we make crazy ass claims that we can cure AIDS, cure cancer, cure lupus, all this bullshit, because academia can't do it. The scholars can't do it. The scientists of the world in America can't do it, but we can. So in this community, the education we get is to compete and go against the consensus of standard academia. That's what we do. So in the words of Dr. Khalid Muhammad, I'm saying no more Negro stuff. A revolution is the only solution. That's the revolution of the mind. To deal with sound education. So, with that being said, the enemy is misinformation, stupids. And guess what? It don't matter who's saying it. It could be Elijah Muhammad. It could be Drew Ali. It could be Dr. Ben. If it's misinformation, it's misinformation. Okay? And what happens is that those guys, I doubt if those guys had, I'm sure those guys love black people. I'm sure those guys wanted black folks to come out the hole and be on top. I'm sure they had good intentions. But unfortunately, their followers have become fanatics and cult members, where they exalt the brothers who try their best to give us some solution that they believe that is needed to overcome our oppressors and our wretched condition. Their followers don't give a shit about that. Their followers are more into the man. So when you're into the man, you're no longer in the information. So now it's all, the man is, he's the focal point. So you can't challenge his misinformation because then you're challenging him. He becomes God or Jesus. He's untouchable. And all those three guys I just named, Dr. Ben, Elijah Muhammad, through Ali, they're untouchable. You can't challenge none of that information because that's taken as challenging the man and his authenticity altogether. So then we start saying languages like we're tearing them down, or we're tearing the bullshit down. We're not tearing the man down. We're tearing the bullshit down. And guess what, Stu Pease? If tearing the bullshit down ultimately tear the man down with him, then I mean he was bullshit.
The thing about
huh?
I have read my piece on Dr. Ben. A lot of people are going to resent me what I said about Dr. Ben.
That's all right. They're cult members. Okay.
Because to me, Dr. Ben is one of our first cult leaders. He was cult leader.
Wait, you're breaking up again. You're breaking up.
Dr. Ben was one of our, let me leave and come back.
Yeah, you breaking up. Your audio's bad. They'll be back in. But I hope you guys can agree that if tearing down misinformation is tearing down a person, a human being, then so be it. Because then you're telling me everything about him is misinformation. He's miseducated. Everything about him is misinformation. Because if I tear down all their misinformation and they're no longer standing up, then they wasn't worth this damn to begin with. If anybody's worth anything, tearing down misinformation, they should still be able to stand tall and strong. Okay, Chef in there. Let me dang. I got my backup laptop. So now, and the keyboard doesn't work. So everything I got to touch. Let me let Chef in there. Hold her. Oh my God, this laptop's crazy. Really? Oh, there it is. Why was it minimized? All right. Let's do this 2P again.
Do I sound better now?
Yeah, I hear you. Like I said, so Stupid, let me just say what I said last. Yeah. Oh, okay. So let me just say what I said last. Okay. So if tearing down misinformation is tearing down a person, then that person was never meant to stand up. Okay. A real person with real information that's about something, the little things you tear down that was misinformed, that he was misinformed about, or the education was seen as pseudo, that person should still be able to stand tall and strong. right? Because all of us, like people always say, this religious shit. We all ain't perfect. We all got flaws. But guess what? If anybody try to tear some shit out about me, I'm gonna still stand strong and tall. Because ain't enough negativity about me for me to fall.
Yeah. So for me, I I feel like we are gaslighting a little bit because at the end of the day, the misinformation is getting attacked. That's one thing. But then there are implications about the person's intent when they were creating this, whatever doctrine it was or whatever information. When you start to speak into the intent of the person when they created it, then you start to speak about that person's character. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend like a lot of this should be strictly about the information. A lot of this should be character attacks as well. It's not like people discuss the issues with the information and leave it there. It turns into whole, interrogation sessions with people who support the information and believe it. I mean, it turns into debates. It turns into calling people pseudo. It turns into calling people cult leaders. I mean, or cult leaders and followers. So, like, at the end of the day, I'm not going to pretend like, oh, it's just strictly about the information. No, it stopped being strictly about the information a long time ago. It definitely does get into all out character attacks.
All right, Stu.
I understand what Amber is saying. Sometimes it's about the information. And sometimes when we go out to a hero, it look or what appears to be a hero in the community. It look, people will ask, what positive things have you been doing? What have you been doing? But then over time, Mark Antony in his speech about Julius Caesar, when sometimes the good that men do oftentimes live after them and the bad is buried in their bones. Right? Sometimes we filter out the good and the bad just for the sake of the good. But in our community now, we need characters of integrity. We need integrity. You know, people will tell us that integrity matters when it comes to stitches, but it don't matter when it comes to hustling. It don't matter when somebody can walk around with a machine, but as long as he's telling you that stop eating meat, but it's bad for your health.
Can you hear him, Amber?
I can hear him a little bit. So I heard him pretty much saying that we need integrity in the community, though, and I totally agree. But I also
let me fix my mic and I'll be back.
Okay, I also feel like that goes both ways, though. See, my integrity won't allow me to sit here and pretend like I haven't participated in discussions where it wasn't a character attack. My integrity won't allow me to pretend like I haven't made drawn my own conclusion and voiced it like I knew it was a fact about someone's intent when they did something. Integrity for me is telling the truth of the matter. I can say my opinion is that they did this and this was their intent. But integrity says that I do not know that for a fact, therefore I cannot pass it off as a fact.
Oh,
that's
all I'm saying. Because I was gonna say, you know, people can't give an opinion. Okay, I got what you're saying. Like, you're saying that people are saying this person was definitely doing it for this reason. I got you. Yeah, because I was gonna say, like, this is how we make assessments. Like, all of our assessments are opinion based.
No, it's nothing wrong with having an opinion, like, at all.
Yeah.
But
okay.
And a lot of people's talk, and like, I try to be careful about not professing things to be facts that aren't. But
you guys help me out because you guys help me out because I always be like, nah, everybody. I used to do that, and you used to. What you mean? You can't make absolute statements. So you're right.
Yeah, but I also realized too that in this community in particular, even though I don't feel like we the platform isn't so large where we're just kind of touching all the people that's in the community. But I also can't say that we haven't touched at least one impressionable mind. So where I know I'm being very careful to say this, that doesn't still mean that someone isn't taking what I say as a fact. You understand what I'm saying? Like, because I'm speaking publicly and sharing my opinion, whether I try to highlight that it's my opinion or not, there still could be some impressionable mind that may interpret that as fact. You understand? I still may be swaying someone's viewpoint in a way that could be unfair to them.
Yeah, well, I think that's unavoidable. I think when people start liking who you are, as a person, we start to love your opinion as well, and we're gonna take your opinion as fact. So if you can look at celebrities, Nicki Minaj and whoever else out there, like they kind of like everything about them. This is why commercials have them promote something, because they felt like their influence is gonna have people, purchase a product or something like that. So I think people are going to do that no matter what.
I totally agree. But I also feel like, so that was kind of the point I was making the other day in the other live that you fell asleep on. Like, my thing is, like, we typically, in this community in particular, we blame the leader for the reverence that people have for them. We blame the leader for people taking everything they say as fact, even if they never touted themselves as knowing everything or knowing the truth.
Right. That's unfair then, right?
Yeah. So my thing is, like, we're not being fair. Like, I want the same, consideration that, okay, I tried to state it was my opinion. This was just my thought. I can't help that someone took this as a fact and ran with it. But we don't necessarily give that same, consideration to other people. We don't, especially these leaders that are now deceased that really can't even defend themselves or their position or, what their intent was, to kind of draw a conclusion about what they were trying to do based off of the product of what we see people doing. That don't necessarily mean that was their intent.
Right. Yeah. So So it's not like people like Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark. They never asked for a following, according to my knowledge. Anybody ever watched? They never even act like they was a leader or something. They definitely never exalted themselves. Like they put their information out first, and they count themselves. Who they are. They took a backseat. That's a little different than the White York, Elijah Muhammad, and those guys. Like, those guys definitely put themselves first. Like, follow me. I'm special. I'm divine. Yeah. So in that case, they do get the blame. The Yorks, the Elijah Muhammad, they do get the blame for their fans following after them. Hold on to their every word.
Yeah. Peace.
Peace.
Hey, now that I was gonna say too, John Henry Clark's pretty solid. So he made mistakes, information get outdated, but he's pretty solid. You know what I mean? And even with the Dr. Ben thing, like I don't subscribe to saying Dr. Ben had a cult. You know what I'm saying? I think people took his work and they felt so good to him with the ego shit and made a cult following out of that. Especially when I come to the community.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that.
Dr. Ben, nigga, Dr. Ben. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, true. Yeah, what he said was true. Don't you?
You know what I'm saying?
I was doing the same thing with him though.
Yeah, Dr. Ben, like there was like the pillars. Dr. Ben, John Henry Clark. Who you read? Shoot, Dr. Ben. John Henry.
Nah, that's a fact. I agree with your assessment. It was the people that made them into co-leaders. Like, it was their voluntarily cult followers that made them co-leaders.
Right. Normally co-leaders start saying shit like, nigga, I'm the King Kong of this shit. Like, I'm the only one that you can get this from. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll destroy everybody anywhere. That type of shit.
Right. Yeah. That's it. That's what York was on. But it was only in the middle of his house, that Georgia land. Like he'll get out there. He had many videos. He out there just taking questions like Jesus and shit. It was hilarious.
Yeah,
but when I was young, I was into that. I was like, this dude know everything. Nah, but I do want to say this. Right. We do got to be careful to say our opinion, but one could think, one could look at it this way. You could say, okay, look at the other side. Okay, Dr. Ben, or whoever was wrong on this right here. Now, they could say, dang, how did he miss that? Could it be, like, what if I go to the angle, could it be that he was purposely misdirecting black folks to believe this right here? They could go that angle and kind of, in their mind, believe that that's what he was doing.
Yeah.
But they gotta say that. But they still gotta say that's their opinion, and not pass it off as like that's exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, and at the same time, some ways they may have even went a little further on the black side, just because the white people are going so far on the white side. Jesus white?
Yeah.
No, this is black.
and look, and that's what I come in at, because I had phone calls with Unc. I always talk to Unc. And I was saying I disagree. Unc kind of praised that. I said disagree. I said because the white folks who are pushing white people are the best, and black folks they do shit. Like these are clearly like the ignorant, the probably most uneducated whites that they have in the society. So I wouldn't counter that bullshit. Like why not just present the truth? Like why not? Nah, Jesus ain't white. He black. Nah, won't you just prove he's not white?
Yeah, right.
But just debunk their bullshit.
But they did mostly using the like back in the day, a drop of black blood. You know what I'm saying? Like the mind.
Yeah. See, that's my. There you go. Yeah. And that comes from scientific racism. Actually, that's the period before the Civil War when white folks are trying to bring scientific racism to discourage the North from going to war, saying like black folks ain't shit basically. Like there ain't nothing to be fighting over. So but again, like that was misinformation, pseudo shit coming from the South that we were living in the South. So Elijah Muhammad bought into that because he's right there in Georgia, Savannah, Georgia. Like he's knee deep in the misinformation. But yes, he believed that. But as opposed to some black folks who lived up north, probably ain't never heard that before.
Yeah, but who else come from there? John Henry Clark, South Carolina, South Carolina, I think South Carolina.
Yeah. So I don't have a problem with people, because I heard and some people say they just even goes like they just was dealing with information that they had because to them that was facts. I got no problem with that.
Yes, I mean
like you're dealing with the available data.
Like back in the day when you look at the Almanac heads and they look like Negroes, it was assumed. That's how it worked back then. Nigga, them Africans. You know what I'm saying? Nigga wouldn't know all the phenotypes and you know what I mean? And climate, how, you know what I mean? Nigga, African, nigga. Look at them nose. Like it's a done deal back in the day.
Right. So this is when I say so. So I say, well, was all that a part of white supremacy to get us so confused and so miseducated? We start arguing that everybody's black.
I think part of it just was that's just the ignorance of the time. Like even white folks thought big nose mean African, so we thought big nose mean African. Like,
right.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's how we identify. The reason they knocked the nose off the Sphinx is because we had a big old African nose.
Yeah. So now, I'm saying this. I'm saying during that time, did also the most educated people believe that big nose is African? Like was that how everybody in America thought, or that was just the uneducated, or
And I think for the most part, because it was that was the science of the day, and then but then shit evolved. We got a little better than that. You know what I mean? You understand? It's all before. It's liquor shipments at an all-time high. There's no DNA.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? All we can do is
dig
it up out
and
the
guess
ground
what?
and look at the shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And that's all you can do. And guess what? I got no problem with that. But Sosa, Amber, whoever else listening, if you know that what you're saying is bullshit, just to be some blackologist, now I got a problem with that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. That's intentionally misleading.
Yeah.
Like I got some issues. Like I think, like, cause see, that's why some of the issue we get with Van Sertima, because Van Sertima was getting information like, yo, this shit is not right. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? The information's coming out debunking this shit, and he's still going forward with the, what I mean? He's doubling down.
You know, I got a problem with that. Yeah.
And then some of the people
all chips in.
Yeah, and then you may have some people around them that be like, yo, this shit kind of off, but they don't speak up. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
so they kind of liable too, because
it be kind of hard to, because you always in,
Yeah, I can't go against my brother, like, you know what I'm saying? So sometimes just won't see around them. You know what I'm saying? They will never speak publicly about, you know what I mean? So
because there's no need to, especially at that climate.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Trading on your own race.
Yeah, right. You already know that was
everybody still does a degree of that, though. Like,
of course.
Yeah, everybody still does a degree of that, no matter what it is. Like, hell, family, or your homeboy, or, like, everybody has a degree of. I ain't finna.
All of us do it. I do it today.
Yeah, all of us do it right now.
I do. I hate doing it, but I do it.
Yeah, so sometimes if you know I'm good enough, you try to put them to the side, be like, look, bro. Like, that shit you said was hella wrong. You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
When you hard enough, you're like, you know what, bro? You know what? I'm gonna fall back.
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
Hey,
Sosa, Unbiased, Amber. Who else on here? Let's two P's. Go ahead.
What's up?
Yeah.
Ain't nothing. Amber, where you been at? Unbiased, where you been at? I talk Sosa all the time. Y'all two.
Yeah, I always listen to y'all. Matter of fact, I'm catching up. Y'all long ass 8 hours. I'm watching all of it because I'm trying to catch up. I've been arguing with Unc. So I've been watching all y'all shows, man. Even Chief X shows with you and him and Aku and Ngozi. I just watched that one. That was a good one.
I've been taking a break from mostly all social media.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with all of y'all. You know what I mean? We are on a tightrope right now, right? But I think is needed, right? And I think a lot of things that's being said on both sides need to be said, right? Because we are fighting against things becoming cultish, right? We are fighting against people being deemed after their death infallible. And I think Unbiased, you said it best. I think you went like 3 minutes. I'm gonna go back and record how you broke it down. Because you had like a 3-minute summary where like you basically put it in his best, words, like, Fars Wise, Elijah Muhammad, Noble Drew Ali, and Dr. Ben.
Oh yeah, thanks.
Yeah, but I want to say this because I've seen Dr. Ben live, right? In the 90s. My father used to take me to see him. And while he was living, and a lot of those people, Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, all of them was on a tour circuit, right? Where they went around to the different colleges, and city groups that would have them, right? That would pay them. And it was cultish, even when they was alive, right? They used to pour out libation before these guys came up and spoke. You feel me? And it wasn't a scholastic atmosphere, right? If you understand what I'm saying. It was more of this is the African truth, right? Not the scholastic truth, but they were presented as that. And then with Dr. Francis Cress Welsing and them, these were trained psychologists, right? So once you put doctor in front of somebody's name, we
so
tend to treat that
Dr.
a little
Wesley.
bit more. You know what I mean?
Right.
So even Noble Drew Ali, he put doctor in front of his name a couple times. If you read a lot of the old articles, right? So you got to be now. Dr. Francis Cress Welsing was actually a doctor.
Yes, facts.
Right. Van
Dr.
Sertima
Joelle
was
Pookrum.
actually.
What you know about her?
Huh?
What you know about Dr. Joelle Pookrum?
Hold on. So she was an actual doctor. Van Sertima was an actual doctor. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, Dr. Ben. See, don't nobody like to really say nothing about Dr. Ben.
Like, can we call him Dr. Ben?
I mean, it gets to the point where, the things that he said, once you challenge the things that he said about himself, forget everybody get information wrong, right?
Yeah.
But
I got you.
when this guy lies about his whole education, right? When he lies about where he come from and who he is, like everything comes into question. So it's like
what? Like tell me, because I heard a little bit on the show with you and Haku. I heard a little bit of it, but so tell us, because some of us don't know.
He said he's from Ethiopia, but
he was a Puerto Rican Ethiopian.
That's that Noble Drew Ali shit.
Yeah, he was a Puerto Rican Ethiopian Jew, right? I mean, it gets to the point, and then his education. Just read his wiki, right? He said he went to school in Cuba, Puerto Rico, Brazil, Spain, England.
Oh, he from Muhammad.
Yeah, look. He's got multiple doctorates, right? These are the things that he said. Multiple doctorates. Not only was he an architect, he was a civil engineer, right? He was a lawyer and a prosecutor.
Get the fuck out of here.
Right?
A lawyer.
He was an Egyptologist.
I got to throw him in there.
But once you state those, you can only state those things to an impressionable group of people. Right?
Right.
Where only a crowd that I was in wouldn't challenge just your credentials. Just say, hold on, bro, that's a lot. You feel me? It's like when Polite say, I wrote over 100-something books. I speak 14 different languages, right?
Yeah, my God, I only heard one.
Exactly. So when Dr. Ben started talking about he has multiple doctorates, right? And master degree levels of information from these prestigious schools. And then when they checked his shit, some of the schools said he never even took a class there.
They never heard
now I've been to a couple different colleges, right? Now I can lie. What if I lie and say, I got a degree from Morgan State College? All right, I'm lying. But if you go check, right, they say, he took classes here. He was enrolled here before, right? These colleges say they don't have no record of him ever attending a class here.
Wow.
You dig what I'm saying? And then if you listen to him, he done made, because he did a lot of lectures, right? Where he talked about his education. He played up on the racism that he went through while he was getting educated at Cambridge. When he was doing his field study in Egypt, right? How the white Egyptologist students wouldn't let him sleep, right? With them in the same camp, right? And
I heard some of that stuff,
so he had to sleep away from the fire. Listen,
that's crazy. And he got a whole.
It's like now you are lying, right? So how do I judge that? Should I say you know, all right, if you just lied to get a job, right? If you lied on your resume, right?
Right.
Fine. By the time I
Which I've
start
done a
going
lot.
to see, look, by the mid to late 90s, when I started to see Dr. Ben in person, right? He wasn't teaching at no schools. He was an old man, right? So just to say, okay, a lot of people lie on their resume. If it was a good job that I felt as though I had the qualifications to do, and I could lie on my resume to get the job, I would do that, right? So I'm not knocking the nigga. I'm too much of a nigga to knock a man for lying on his resume to get a fucking job. Like I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah,
but I'm saying you were lying to us to pump yourself up, to make us think that what you were saying was why would oh man, it's hard for me.
But my question though is, I'm gonna use the example of the resume thing. If you slide through the door and you done lied on this resume, who fault is that? Is it your fault for lying, or is it their fault for not catching the lie?
It's their fault. It's their fault. Yeah, but it ain't about whose fault, because you had said something about intent though too, Amber. Right?
Yeah, so, I do believe intent is a piece of it, but we focus heavily on intent and not on, like, to me, if you don't help people see that it's very important and crucial to verify, then all they're going to do is, they may say, okay, fuck Dr. Ben, but then they're still sheets for the slaughter. They still gonna find somebody else because they haven't learned to correct the behavior that got them there in the first place. You understand what I'm saying?
I definitely do. But he's got fired from them schools once they checked his credentials. See, that's the thing. So when they did the background check and his shit didn't come up, right? He was removed from the staff, from the, you know what I mean? You just read it, you know what I mean? All of the stuff is stated. Now, that happens to a lot of people, right? If they do a background check a couple months later, or they give you the job saying, okay, we're going to check it later. But then when they go back and check, if your shit don't come, you know what I mean? So you might have a job for like 2 months. And then once your shit
That's
come
all
back,
I need, Chef.
Exactly.
So only is 2 months. If I get 2 months, that means now I got real experience. You dig? So now I'm alive. So I worked there for 12 months.
But you better not tell them they can call them motherfuckers. You better not tell them they can call.
Right. So for the simple fact, you know, when you so the intent thing goes along with that. And like I was saying though, Amber, when I was going to see him, or the few times that my father took me to see him, he was well past his teaching. You know what I mean? So he wasn't teaching at no school. So the fact that you're still telling Black people that, and it's not a resume thing where you just lying to get a job, right? Now I can question your intent.
Now he's lying to keep up the appearance.
Yeah, exactly. You dig what I'm saying? Exactly. Now, if your information just hold true, right? Then you start to go into when he was questioned by other scholars, his approach to it, right? And then when we question him now, we get the same backlash, right? We get the same, because I feel like we deserve the best information, right? Because the stuff that we learn the stuff that we learn here on the internet and that we teach each other, right? Because I feel like we all teach each other. I listen to everybody, right? And the stuff that we teach each other, right? We go back and tell people in our communities, right? We go back and have these same conversations with our families. I might even repeat this shit to my daughters, right? Now they might go to school. Now I could be giving misinformation. If I regurgitate half of that Dr. Penn and Francis Cress Wells and stuff to my daughter and them, they could be getting the same way if I repeat some Nation of Islam madness. You know what I mean? To my so all of that, everybody, nobody is above what the word they use, reproach, right? And being called out for their nonsense. And I think the Nation of Islam did it with Noble. I mean, the Moorish Science Temple did it with Noble Drew Ali. The Nation of Islam did it with Elijah Muhammad, and I feel like the conscious community have done it with Dr. Ben.
Okay.
And I see, I see how everybody get to go at Noble Drew Ali. Everybody get to go at
right.
Elijah Muhammad.
Yeah, he's fair game.
But Dr. Ben in this community is like everybody start walking on eggshells. You feel me? like we passed the point when it comes to the religious people, right? Everybody is cool. We can go at them, right? But then once it start moving out of the religious community and they're frauds and charlatans, who prop themselves up as academics, when we start going at them, now we still on eggshells. And I think that's the next hurdle that we need to jump over. You know what I mean? And that's my spiel.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, because I'm telling you, when I got out of religion, I started getting into some Pan-Africanist stuff, Afrocentric shit. Man, like it was a golden rule in my circle. Nah, Dr. Ben said, and it was ended discussion.
Right.
It was over. Dr. Ben said it, leave it alone.
You already know. Yeah. I sat at the feet. Like the fuck.
Yeah, once Reggie say that, it's over.
How dare you even speak to me? You know what I'm saying? You ain't got no question for me. You see what I'm saying?
Don't speak to me.
Yeah, nigga, I knew Jesus personally. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Sosa, look at check the move though. These guys are challenging Dr. Ben, right? But they don't want to say it. All right, this how I know they challenging Dr. Ben and them information without really saying it. Look how they go at Jabari and General Yohana.
Okay.
Right? Now, Jabari spits straight motherfucking Dr. Ben information. And they hate Jabari. You feel me?
Right.
They hate Tazoriak. You feel me? Straight Dr. Ben information. Dr. Ben got a book called We the Black Jews. You feel me? Dr. Ben got a book and he was a Jew. And he claimed that he was a Jew. So he ain't nothing but a black Hebrew Israelite, right? That taught Egyptian shit. You know what I'm saying? So he do the both sides, right? He talked about, the black Jew shit, that we was the original Jews. He got that whole spiel, right? And at the Egyptian,
I was always confused with that,
Yeah. So he do the whole thing. So when the conscious community is fighting with Jabari, right? And his information, then they really going at Dr. Ben, right?
Right.
When they saying to Zoriak and the Hebrew Israelites don't know what they talk about, black people ain't no Jews, you're going at Dr. Ben again. See,
yeah.
But see, they don't want to say that they want to act like they got so much reverence for him. You know what I mean? But what he actually taught, they actually go against it.
Right. I got you saying, yeah.
But see, and that's why I like Jabari. Because his cards is on the table.
Right.
I ain't bullshit, nigga.
Yeah.
I respect that shit. Even if you wrong, I respect that shit, nigga. No, this is what it is with me, nigga. Dr. Ben, I ain't changing up.
Yeah.
Nigga. What it is.
Mm-hmm.
Christianity started in Africa.
Exactly.
Dr. Ben said that. Dr. Ben got a book called African Origins of the World Major Religions. And in there, he's talking about Judaism, Christianity, and Islam all had its origins in fucking Africa. Same thing Jabari said.
Wow.
That they stole that shit off the temples and the walls of Egypt. Jabari say that shit. Jabari is a flaming pseudo to these niggas.
Oh.
You feel me?
Wait. Are they also going to say African science, the Greeks studied at the feet?
Yeah, Dr. Ben said all of that.
No, he didn't say that. No.
Dr. Ben said that.
Wait, so was he aware of Greek history?
Was he aware of Greek history? I'm sure he was.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah,
Then he found a line there.
Yeah, he was well read.
That
like
point.
he was well studied. Like
even the SARS say that shit. The SARS say that.
Yeah.
All that shit.
What?
They learn that shit.
Yo, why they don't never? Why haven't I had it on my show some years? So like before the pandemic, the only person who stepped up was why like, everybody ran when I was on that.
But wasn't that a line?
Jews broke, the Greeks broke science.
Wasn't that a line with Martin Bernal?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, Martin Bernal, the goddamn
Black
what the fuck?
Is it Black Athena?
Black Athena. Yeah.
Black Athena. Yeah.
You know who Martin Bernal is, the white boy.
Nah, bro, you'd be surprised the names I don't know.
You see the debate with the white boy, Dr. John Henry Clark on there. There's an old, feeble-looking white lady.
Yeah. The only person I only ever heard. I seen Dr. John Henry Clark say, only debate my peers. Everybody else I teach. After that, I never watched the shit. I'm like, he won.
Yeah, is that debate? The white boy that he was sitting next to. That's Martin Bernal.
See, I never watched. I don't know the white boy. I never watched it. I just heard that statement. I turned it off. Like it's over. like Clark kicked their ass. It's over.
One of the coldest lines I ever said. Like, that shit still stands to the day.
Right.
That's funny as shit.
Niggas said all others I teach. Niggas like.
Hey, was he blind when he said that?
Huh?
Was he blind when he said that?
He was going blind.
Yeah, he was going blind.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's probably why.
Yeah, but that nigga Clark though, he can spit that shit off his head and with sources and shit. Barely even seen that shit. That motherfucker was
he was sharp as shit.
Sharp. I think he was sharp.
Yeah, that was my guy growing up. I mean, like when I got to the community, it was Dr. John Clark.
Yeah, I didn't get into Dr. Ben too late because I had trouble with his accent.
His accent.
You know what I mean? I just be like, this nigga sound crazy. You know,
he's Puerto Rican.
He'd be like, you gonna be a fucking faggot? I'm like, yo, this dude was tricky.
Now, I couldn't even his accent. The nigga said he was Puerto Rican. It's not a Puerto Rican accent, yo.
Like, he said Puerto Rican. Oh my god, anything but black, huh?
Yo,
anything but black.
What's up, Neil? It was hard. Like, I don't know what
people hate to be black, bro.
It didn't have the African thing in it. It was different.
Right, the only African he said he was. The only African he said he was Ethiopian. Yeah, I don't get Ethiopian or Puerto Rican from him.
Yeah, but he was saying like his father was somebody like a big deal. I think his father was like a big deal in Ethiopia.
He said a lot of shit.
Nobody wants to be nobody wants to be a straight up African, yeah. Nobody want to be that.
Dr. Ben came from one of the most sacred cities in Ethiopia. You can look it up. He came from one of the most sacred cities in Ethiopia. What's the name of the city again? Yes, look it up. There's a special pool there where they baptize people in a castle. You can look it up and look up the pool of that city. That's where
what city?
Where was the city that Dr. Ben said he was born? One of the most sacred cities in Ethiopia. It's to the north. It's have a baptism pool there. They have a special celebration every year. He did not speak. Dr. Ben didn't pick an ordinary little town, you know. He was a blessed child from a sacred city. It is almost like saying that you were born in Jerusalem.
When he was born, he had to hide him.
Yeah,
when he was born, he had to hide him.
But the thing about it, even his kids was like,
they ain't believe it.
Yeah.
But I'm supposed to sit back and see. That's the shit. Like, it's crazy.
Gondar. The name of the city is Gondar. Gondar. Dr. Ben said he was born in Gondar, the city of Gondar in Ethiopia.
I needed to look up the pools of Gondar. Gondar. Look here.
Yeah, because when I found out about Dr. Ben, I was reading I came across a New York Times article, and I hit up. I was like, what the? You know what I'm saying? So I hit up. I think I hit up Garfield. I was like, yo, you know about this? You know what I'm saying? He kind of like downplayed a lot of it, like, yeah. You know what I'm saying? But I was thinking like, yo, you need to address this because it's gonna come out.
Yeah.
You're gonna look crazy. You know what I'm saying? It was like they just swept it under the rug. And then as soon as you start talking about it, you realize, oh, everybody knew. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That messed you up when you feel like you're the only person. Like, wow.
Yeah. You're like, I didn't get hand on the degree. Hold on. See what it was. Hold on. You knew and you ain't said anything. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Sosa, and this is why I say if you do what Elijah Muhammad said, you give over America to black folks, you'll have everything the same. Just black folks doing it. Racial profiling, injustice, all this shit. Because look, the racist white folks, when they did their shit and they had secrets, the white people who you call who wasn't complicit, who wasn't part of that, but knew about it, they just ain't say shit. It's the same shit. Like they just said, that ain't my business, and they kept it moving. But we charged them with racism as well. And here we go doing the same shit. Knowing not just him, just people, people who portray to be some way or some person, people know the dark history, and they just let it go.
No, Sheffrey know how I feel about it. Because
no, I heard it was in creative writing. I ain't researched it, but do you know, Chef, what he had his doctorate in?
Who?
Dr. Ben Sertman.
I think he was a cultural anthropologist.
All right, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Good. See, Frances Cress Welsing had, it's like she was a doctor in psychology, and psychology is kind of a slippery slope. You know what I'm saying? Like that's kind of like you get to Dr. Umar. So it's like a lot of things you can put in psychology that ain't necessarily scientifically based. You know what I'm saying?
Listen. If a man even have a doctorate in cooking, I will not diminish it. A doctorate is not a play thing to achieve. So even if you have
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying
if you have a doctorate in hopscotch, from a notified university, I will not demean or diminish it because the path to a doctorate is not an easy one.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like in terms of Frances Cress Welsing, right? Like some of the claims she made, like they'll say things like a black person that dates a white girl is just racial inferiority complex. So I'm saying when you start, you can come up with your own diagnosis for certain things that aren't scientifically based.
No, but the thing about it is that
come from a psychologist, you credit it as solid information because she has a doctorate in psychology. If she says it, then it has to be
right.
Okay, Sean, the other day.
Yeah. I'll take it.
The other day, let me say something. Sean said something to me the other day. When I said to Sean that all research questions came from a biased point of view. The research don't necessarily have to be biased, but it's the research question that you generate as a researcher, it's going to be biased because you're either trying to prove something or go against something. So let's say something establish that boys love blue, that all boys love blue. And I'm not in agreement with that. So I'm going to create a research to figure out whether or not boys love blue. My bias was to determine whether or not this is true. If it was true, if I thought it was true, I would not develop a research to counter.
Well, not true or false. True or false.
Right? No. So your initial question is going to be bias based. What you're going to try to do when you create your research and you carry out your research is to carry it out in such a way that your bias does not negatively or positively implicate your research.
Yeah, that's because, but within the research, in the scientific research, that's why the goal is to falsify it. So you already take, you take the position, I'm gonna tear it down, and if I can't tear it down, it stands up, then it's solid. But you take it, you're trying to falsify it.
But the mere fact that you're trying to falsify is that you start from a bias point of view, and then you try to eliminate the bias from the research, right? I want to see, because when that man come back here, when your good friend come back, and one day I'm going to be online, and him talk to me, and him said to me, say, I don't talk to people who don't have any degree. I go and say, but you was wiping the ass of a man who was. So fuck you.
Yeah.
Hey, stupid. So
Yeah.
it gets. Let me say this. Think about it this way. When we come into this community, right? From what the Arm & Raw squad and all of them brought to the table, right? Source up
Right.
and all of this. Deal with the best scholarship on the information, all of that, right? Now,
Yeah.
we come in saying, okay, that's the standard. But then when we find that the master teacher wasn't
It's
the
a fraud.
standard, like that, so we just supposed to just ignore that? Like,
That's what, yeah.
Yes,
That's
sir.
what they're
Ignore
asking
that.
us to do. That's what they're asking us to do. Think about
Man,
it.
I had to take a damn breather because we done throw out. It ain't no standard no more.
right.
Like over this past couple months, academia is going
DNA.
out the
Standard.
window.
Don't listen to
Oh, yeah.
DNA.
Yo, when I heard that part with DNA, I was done.
Man, Wikipedia is no good. Encyclopedia Britannica is no
Yeah,
good. Like,
I was
all
done. I'm like,
academia,
dude.
I was like, God damn. Like, let's go
That's
watch
how
Yeah.
you
this.
know you kicking their
Now
ass.
we're back. Yeah, now we're back saying white supremacy. Now it's Islam doctrine. It's that's white man science. That we throw DNA out. That's white man science.
Man, we
But
couldn't
see-
get through a show using Encyclopedia Britannica, bro. We
Yo.
couldn't even get through the whole shit. That shit was crazy.
That's how you know you kicking their ass, right? Because I swear, I've done, and y'all gonna hate me for this, I've done literally no research on this shit. So that's how you know this shit was faulty from the get-go. I didn't even have to motherfucking look deep into this shit. And these niggas
Right.
start falling apart, yo.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just basic
Yeah.
questions is fucking blackology up, yo. Just simple questions.
Question.
Shit.
Yeah, that's how I was with Margaret Sanger when Nepal when she was like Margaret Sanger, and like at that point I'm coming from Afrocentrist views. I'm thinking she's right, but she starts saying some unbelievable shit. So on the fly I just Googled it. So I'm like, wait a minute, what about this?
Yeah,
Well, do you know W. Du Bois? Do you know Dr. King? I'm like, oh my God, so she's actually wrong. Like, oh my God, I thought Margaret Sanger was a flat out racist, hated black folks, extermination. That's false too. I was like, oh yeah, it's the rap.
Yeah.
On the fly challenge, just on some fun shit. And it turned out I'm correct.
Yeah, I mean, because like if somebody would have heard this show of us reading the Encyclopedia Britannica, and this is say they coming in blind, they gonna think, I can't trust these white folks putting no goddamn encyclopedia is bullshit. I can't trust that shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like now, okay, so if they can't trust that, then where are we gonna aim them to look at?
Right. Where did we start? We gotta go to Dr. Ben?
Yeah, like so it's like everything just up in the air again. Like nothing. I like shit. Like,
Uncle Zach out on me over the Encyclopedia Britannica.
I know.
I'm just like, yo, you won't even let me finish the article, yo.
Hey, they never read like 4 sentences. Yo, all right, so everybody agree with that? I know it's bad, but like, okay, that's all right. Like I would change a little bit.
Let me tell you something. Prior to 2010, everybody before 2010, I believe, especially in the conscious community, we can take 90% of them work and throw it in the garbage bin. If we start looking at the works of most of these persons who will start calling master teachers in the community, we can take most of them work and throw it in the garbage bin.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, and you know what?
Basic history, I think it's safe. Like John Henry Clark, you're gonna get some historical shit wrong, but history you can always fact check it. And you may have one report.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That shit is okay. when you start saying Africa in the Americas, like that shit is extremely complicated.
Oh my God.
You know what I'm saying? Like that shit ain't. You know what I mean? Yeah.
When people start telling about the Olmecs and the Indians, and you said to them, so where was the horse? Where was the wheel? If these people came from Africa, where were using horses and wheels? Why, when they came to America, they stopped using horses and wheels?
Yeah, and it would have been easy to pull off the ancient Egypt Sub-Saharan connection back in the day than it is now.
If they was using the wheel in South America, as though they was using it in Africa.
They're using the wheel in South America.
We would have a problem. They wasn't using the wheel that way. So I mean, like Africans, the journey from Africa to South America, they forget how to use the wheel.
Yeah, that's a way extremely more complicated. And like I said, like I think that, like I said, the ancient, and it is funny, right? Because like I can admit, I was drawn to ancient Egypt because I'm on the black shit. Period.
Right. Me too.
But everybody else, that ain't why they did it. Everybody else had a noble cause. Like,
you're right.
I thought King Tut looked like me, nigga. That's my whole point of going through the whole Egyptian shit, nigga. If you'd have told me that, nigga, if I'd had, I don't necessarily care. I'm not saying all of them look like the people in Lower Egypt, but if you even told me some of them niggas look like that, I'd have been out.
Yeah, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. Yeah, I'm on that Malcolm X shit. And that was Malcolm X's problem with Elijah Muhammad. He was told, because remember, if you go back to the story Yaku that we dealt with on my channel, according to the story, the white folks was round up and thrown out of the city of Mecca. Because remember, when he made white folks from the 59,999 people on the island of Patmos, they came back to the holy city of Mecca, starting trouble and causing disturbance and black on black crime, basically. And the king rounded them up with shotguns. Now, I don't know how they got shotguns way back in those days, but he said Yeah. Well, he said rifles. But same shit.
Rifles?
There's no gun.
Crazy.
And the beef. Bro, this is 8,000 years ago. Okay? This is 8,400. So they rounded the white folks with rifles. So this is the story. And they chased them out and they protected the city with flaming swords. You know, that Bible cherubim shit at the last chapter, Genesis chapter 3. That, the flaming sword thing. So Malcolm X and every member of Nation of Islam know that white folks cannot come back because it's protected by angels with flaming swords. So Malcolm X take his ass over there. He see blue-eyed people over there. That fucked him up.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? Yeah, I thought y'all were divinely prohibited from coming here. How you get over here? Like, we never left. What you mean? We've always been over here.
Like a culture shock to it.
And they're like, I'm done. And that's why Malcolm X is tripping. Yeah, so things like that. So like you said, if you'd have told me the one was light like me in Egypt, I'm done. Because in my mind, Shaka Zulu. They all look like Shaka Zulu.
Yeah.
Egypt was a black land.
You know what I pray for every day? I pray that one day an alien spaceship would land on the house, the lawn to the White House. And if an alien spaceship lands on the house, of the lands of the White House, I want people to ask him if Jesus came to his land. Because we need Jesus, if they have Jesus. If they have the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Why would Jesus be out in another planet? You tripping?
Jesus created the universe. God created it in the beginning.
Yeah, but God didn't put Jesus on Mars. He put him on Earth. Now you know the story. Like, hold on, we trying to add to the story.
Right. No, but the question is, the people on Mars, who's them God? Is it Jesus? Who's the people on Mars God?
He got a different name. Don't call him Jesus on Mars. They speak another language. They keep good about it. Avocado or some shit, nigga.
No, you understand what I'm saying? You understand? Because if God has to be universal, Because
yeah, but that would be the situation. That would be the situation of every flag. Like you got me trying to make QB's get out of the fucking shit. No. But that don't mean the situation on every planet is the same.
Let me go back to the original argument. But honestly, we need to deal with this blackology. We need to be honest that listen. I will be honest and say, Dr. Ben, while his intention may not be, I can't even say that. Because last night I listened to somebody talk about Paul So Paul was all right. That when Paul started preaching about Jesus, him get donation from everybody else. When Dr. Ben introduced Egypt to the community, he was welcomed and taken care of by the community. Who to tell? What's the motive? Right? When polite to the community telling people that the black woman is God and that he reads the Maranatha and that he speaks 6 languages and wrote 50 books.
Yeah, but that because that, you know, ancient Egypt was that shit though. Like you gotta, you know what I'm saying? Like, especially back in the day. Like that was like the $100 million question. Like you couldn't even tell a black person that he just like nigga. In high school, I had the Queen Nefertiti shirts, nigga, with the fucking niggas had the earrings on. Like that shit was all.
Oh yeah.
Like you could Cleopatra as a black woman. Period. Like this shit wasn't even disputed in it. Like forget the conscious community. This wasn't even disputed amongst dark people on earth. You know what I'm saying? For the most part.
Hey, Sosa. You know, that's one of the Hebrews talking points that we are black because they mistaken, I think, Apostle Paul or Peter as an Egyptian. They said, "Hey, look, see, so the Egyptians are black. Why would they already mistaken him as Egyptian?" So that's a talking point that proof that we're black.
Not thinking like he looked like because he over there in that goddamn Turkish area and shit. Like he looked like some niggas over there.
Right.
Some niggas looking like.
But when did you find out that Cleopatra was actually Greek? When did you find out that Cleopatra was Greek?
I don't know. I think they've been. As far as I know, they've been though. I'm just saying, like, I don't know how I received the information. I just knew that Cleopatra was a black woman, like, and you know what I'm saying. Nefertiti was a black woman, and I've seen the, you know what I mean. I've seen the pictures on the shirt, what she looked like.
Yeah, no,
right.
But when you found out,
and white folks always lying.
Yeah,
when you found out that her heritage was actually Greek, that she was Greek. Cleopatra was Greek, you know. Her family is Greek. When I found out that, I said,
I forgot when I found that. I forgot when I found that. Yeah.
I hear say Cleopatra African. That's your bully here.
Lamb's wool.
Right. And then when they show that coin, that was supposedly a coin, and you be like, what the? You ever seen the coin with the nose look kind of, that nasal thin line nose? It kind of look, I was like, oh.
Yeah. Like, uh-oh.
Yeah. I don't know how these stories came to be, bro. Like, I don't know.
And so that's 2P. And that's why I say, you know, like there's a lot of ripple effects, not sections. There are ripple effects from white supremacy, you know, misinformation, and who knows? I'm not sure, but what if this was 14? Like we would go to this route, and like this is just adverse effects of white supremacy, being miseducated. That now we just claiming everybody.
I mean, yeah, I'm sure it's, you know what I mean, all that shit's a part. Like I said, you snatch people from all over the place. You don't know, motherfuckers don't know where they are, who they come from. It's easy to think you something else. It's easy to think you a Hebrew nigga. I don't know what, you know what I'm saying? I don't even know
exactly.
what really
More or Native American.
Yeah. But you know, but if you can see it, you can be like, hold on, nigga, we wouldn't practice what they practice. You know what I mean? But you know, hey, but you remember the song though, the KRS-One shit. Moses passed as the Pharaoh's grandson.
Oh yeah.
He had to look just like
yeah.
That shit was already being spewed and beat to our head. The kids, you know what I'm saying? Like
we're Israelites. That people telling us that we're Israelites. That when the temple fell and Israel fell, they went into West Africa. We are the Israelites. And I said, okay.
Yeah, in Charleston, like I said, I was in Charleston, so it's different. I was used to black people following the Bible, but they never thought that they were the people in the book. Like that's just not how it went in Charleston. It wasn't until I got into YouTube and I started meeting people that said, "No, we are the niggas. Like we are those."
Yep.
No, I didn't know that.
Right, no,
I
you're
didn't
right.
know what to think.
Yeah, it's so sad. That's standard Christianity though. Like black folks are the Gentiles, right? They're not supposed to be the people of the book.
Yeah, they just identify.
They're Gentiles like everybody else. Like everybody else though. Not just them, everybody. Except for Jewish people are Gentiles.
Yeah, right. The connection was just I can relate to the story, not necessarily that I am the nigga in the damn story. You know what I'm saying?
So that's actually you. Like what? Yeah. That's you. That's your story, man. They stole it. White folks always steal it. They stole the country.
And I think
so listen to this. They are called the Egyptians, and according to them on the story, some people tell you that we are the Egyptians, and some people tell you that we are the Jews. So therefore, we had ourselves in bondage to build the pyramid, if you follow the story. Because we can't play both sides.
We got ourselves in bondage.
Right. Israel? Are we the Israel? Which one are we? If you listen to Jabari, we are the Egyptians. And if you listen to the Hebrew Israelites, we are the Jews.
Mr. Farrakhan confused the hell out of us in Islam. Like, we knew we're Muslims, right? We're Muslims. Right. He came out with something saying, we are the true Jews. I'm like, what? Like, aren't we warned against them? Like, we're the true Jews. Yeah, we are the true Jews. That was his, like, in the final call. I'm like, what? I was confused. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, we're battling against people who we call Jews. And now we're the Jews and the Muslims.
Damn.
Yeah, bro. I was just like, and that was when I started spiraling out of it. Like, all right, this shit ain't adding up.
I don't even know how to respond.
And look,
Jewish Muslim.
One more thing. Before Farrakhan got heavy in the United States, right? Everybody was looking up to Malcolm X, like as a standard of how you should be, like as far as studious, discipline, devout, all those great terms. Like everybody, whether you was in the nation or not, like Malcolm X was like the standard of a Black American.
Yeah.
Once Farrakhan got to his height, nobody, and don't forget, Malcolm X was seen as educated, like an activist, all those things, right? Once Farrakhan completely replaced him, everybody want to be Farrakhan, and Farrakhan don't have the same stand. We don't look at him as an educated actor. We look at him as a religious teacher who talks well. So now you see like Nori and all these guys coming after him. You see how they talking now? Like they dropped the education. It's all about preaching like spirituality now.
Yeah. I remember you see that too in Wesley Muhammad. When Wesley Muhammad came out, he was trying to be more academically sound.
Yeah.
And then
like Dr. Khaled,
And now he kind of moved away. You know what I mean? I think that he got the message like, yo.
Yeah, when I seen that permanent head on the side going to the side, I knew it was done for him. It was over. That's like a requirement. You gotta part your hair and get it permed to the side.
Yeah, I wonder why. Because too many niggas. Because old boy, he ain't in there no why. RZA, right?
No, he's supposed to be, but who knows? Like maybe like an independent contractor for them, whatever. But he's supposed. Even like Ben X, I don't even think Ben X is in the ranks. But I think they won't never say that, and the Nation of Islam won't never announce that. But I think that they are like just affiliates.
Because it could be the sign come from the Scientology wing.
And he ain't letting it go. And Brother Ben pretty much does his own shit. Because believe me, Nation of Islam, you're a true member, you're not really allowed to be that free. Like far as podcasts, like that's not really their forte. Like it's really like straight up discipline and like ranks. You can't just go do shit. You need permission for everything.
Yeah, you get it.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's out. That's out. You ain't doing no rogue shit. You definitely affiliate yourself with who you want to affiliate yourself with. Nation of Islam gotta, which I don't got a problem with that. You're representing them. They gotta okay your relationship with other people. You dig?
Yeah.
But Brother Ben X and RZA, I don't know for a fact, but I don't believe they're active members.
Nation of Islam kill me, like because they had that black activism discussion, but don't never be out for the goddamn. The goddamn
never.
You know what I'm saying? Like shit.
Hey, yeah, wait. Where's Amber at? You still there, Amber? because a college or high school was doing something for her kids. The community got to. Okay, so I want her to tell it, but not. So just going back on that, like there are a lot of there's a lot of programs in this country, right? And sometimes it's the people in the community getting together and talking to like whoever they got to talk to push these programs for the inner city, right? Minorities, preferably. And shit is getting done. Like people like Amber tell you about some funding to somebody got something towards their college, I think it was she was talking about. But things like that and more. Did I again, Stu?
$1,000.
But yeah. So things like that and more is happening. And these are just random people like us on the phone who just getting together and say, man, we gotta do something. And you got organizations that have been around for thousands of years in this country and can't just do that simple shit. Can't come together and actually do something tangible for the city that they live in.
I think they can. It's just that's just not what they want to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Yeah. You know, because I remember John Henry Clark used to bang on Farrakhan. Truth.
And, he ain't like Farrakhan. But for good reasons, because that's the whole Malcolm X drama.
I think, you know, it's just a money grab, man. It's a money grab.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I told my
because like,
so you breaking up, Stu?
You go in and out. Okay, I can't hardly hear you.
I was speaking to my mother the other day, and I said to her, if you go to the church parking lot, and the pastor is the only one driving a Rolls Royce in that church, you need to leave the church. If the pastor is the only one driving a Benz in that church, you need to leave the church. Because he's about himself.
I think what Farrakhan them is like that membership, right? It's like, think of it like he got his own Amazon. Anytime he got a product, he got an instant base to sell to immediately.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, so of course don't take the vaccine. I got these vitamins for you.
Right.
So I'm saying,
right.
We can kill them all day.
And don't forget, I caught Rob Moore on the pseudo killer on Yacht Show. I caught him going and trying to defend all that, and he didn't know who Ali Muhammad was. You know, and then but he didn't know, like, because he was touting Ali Muhammad as he's an official. So I was like, I called him right away. I said, so you're not aware of his HIV scam? And he's like, who? I said, the same doctor, Ali Muhammad. He's like, he wasn't sure at first. I said, no, Ali Muhammad with an M. I said, and then I think I just talked about it, what he did, and he fell back. But yeah, man, that type of shit going on. Where they don't take the vaccine, we got this. And that was, bro, they promoted that shit in the Final Call, bro.
Bro, it was making the markup was crazy.
Oh my God, $75 for like something that's called $2, some really ridiculous shit. No, it was like $250.
Yeah, it's way.
It was like $250. Yeah.
It was like a package for that. I'm like, God damn. Then it was like the shit ran out, so they just ordered. Niggas just ordered some shit, just put their own label. They just went straight to Dr. Savvy this shit.
Yeah. They put their own label. That motherfucker. Yeah.
$250 for vitamins.
A bottle. Yeah, a bottle of not vitamins, because it was placebos, bro.
Yeah,
they had no effect. It no benefit.
Yeah, they had the company that they had.
It didn't work.
Who owned the company who made
the actual guy who the scientist behind the pill said it ain't worth shit.
Yeah, straight placebo, man. Sugar pills.
And how much was for it? So if they sell 1,000 bottles, you're looking at 250,000.
Yeah. And
bro,
he was like,
and guess what?
Then when they were the sour milk shit, I think when he couldn't get his hand on
Wait. Before that, let's get back to the pill for a second, Sosa. He had the largest AIDS clinic, like he had the most AIDS clinic facilities in the entire country.
Yeah, he was killing it.
Yeah, that was his shit.
And what
that was his lane by himself.
They had him on video telling people,
they called it dumbass.
Yeah, go cancel your shit. Like you get the treatment you're getting. Nah, go ahead.
What was it called? Is it called AZT? Something like that.
Yeah,
the AIDS drug was called.
Some shit like that.
Yeah. Yeah, Stu Peace, he told him to cancel cancel the prescriptions, keep him alive. He said, cancel it and take his shit. And Ramon act like he ain't kill anybody.
So,
how about that dude was
people
like, how about that dude that
not to
tested
take
the
not to take the antiretroviral, not to take the antiretroviral drugs.
Yeah. Don't take that. Don't take that.
Yeah.
Take my placebo. And Ramon acting like, well, you don't know for a fact. Hey, dude, that's death right there. Stop it. You're not doing that.
Hey, how about the dude they had him by? It was like they tested dude. He was like, yeah, my shit went up.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
bro. That was
shit was
sad.
sad.
But Sosa, that shit. Yeah, I didn't want to kill myself. That was
That
so
shit
sad.
was sad,
Yeah, he had
bro.
He had 2 T cells, bro. So he had 2, and he got 2 more. He got 4 to altogether. 4. I think you need like 70 to like have a chance to live a couple more years.
Yeah.
He got 2,
and
he
like
had 4. 2 more came. Yeah, he said, well, 2 come now and 2 come later, and 2. Nigga, I still won't be 70, bro. You'll be. Yeah, but I felt so bad because he was so optimistic, man. He really believed that shit.
Yeah, that shit was crazy.
And his belief probably kept him for years longer.
Exactly. Because back then, that's the best you can hope for.
I couldn't watch that anymore. His part, I couldn't watch anymore. Oh, that's fucked up, bro. Look him dead in his face and lie to him and tell him that he's getting better.
Yeah, the doctor was like, he was stuck. He was like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, what can you say? Yeah, he didn't say nothing.
Yeah, he was just shocked. He just
like,
what can you say?
Yeah, because the doctor like, yo, you're gonna die.
Yeah, because he know like, I don't want to kill his spirit. You'll die faster. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let him believe that this shit is like, you feel me? Let him believe that shit is fucking crazy.
Yeah, man, that was very sad. But that's why the information. That's why the subject is no more Negro stuff. Revolution of the mind, only solution. Because and like we're against misinformation from anybody.
Why come nobody
because misinformation.
Unbiased, you think that you the only person know that seen that video?
Oh hell no.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, why we just found out about that? You know what I'm saying? It's like that shit is like,
yeah, bro. And that was the '80s, bro. We found out 40 years later.
Hey, when you talk about the motherfucking Nation of Islam, that nigga Reggie get nervous, bro. Nigga Reggie be like, yo.
Really? Oh yeah, he about to get beat up. Like, nah.
Yeah, he like, yeah, nope. He be thinking nigga gonna come get him about the Islam shit. Nigga.
Yeah. He be like, Islam.
Yeah, he killing with the way
the Nation of Islam.
I hate the way you do that shit, man.
So what y'all saying? What video?
The AIDS clinic. What the nigga be? Alim?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that
Dr.
was
Alim
hard.
Muhammad.
That was hard.
Bro, that shit hurt my heart, man.
No, I think most people didn't see it though. In the black community.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Cause Rob Bourne never seen it. He's in that culture. So that's crazy.
Right.
But the milk shit though, you can just if you
that's another one.
Just take the milk, let that motherfucker sit down room temperature till it ferments. Oh my God.
We fail to realize how small the Nation of Islam is, but how big his impact is, right? Yeah. So most people never really had in-depth talks with Nation of Islam members. Now, luckily, Unbiased is in the Nation of Islam city. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's like New Jersey towards North is a big, you know, it's probably one of the biggest Nation of Islam, where Nation of Islam has one of its biggest influences at, right? So
that's Mosque number 25,
Yeah, so he's in it. You know what I mean? Like you live in Atlanta, you know what I mean?
And brother, I know the key players personally.
Exactly. Right. So just think about it. So you live in Atlanta's serious city. So you gonna come in contact with Nation of Islam motherfuckers. I'm in Baltimore, you know what I mean? It's a black city. Nation of Islam here. But then you gotta think like outside of New York and Georgia and Jersey and California. Rest of the motherfuckers, Nation of Islam, they just hear about it. You feel me? For the most part.
Yeah. Like North Carolina,
There's probably 1 or 2 temples there, but it ain't. They not big enough there for a motherfucker to really, you know what I mean?
Have impact.
Have impact or be around Nation of Islam members long enough to really have in-depth conversations with them. You dig what I'm saying? Like, so
recruiting got to be hell.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, selling final calls? Shit, you always in the debt.
Yeah,
you always in debt.
Whereas in Atlanta, I know about 8-9 spots you drive by is gonna be a nigga on the corner with the goddamn final call.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Some goddamn fruit and some goddamn fruit and shit.
Yeah, so see, like we got the Supreme Oasis restaurant.
Supreme bean pie?
Yeah, we got the rest. Yeah, we have a couple of those Supreme Oasis.
the Supreme, the sub thing, the little hoagie.
No, we got the restaurants here, the Nation of Islam. You know what I mean?
Shit.
So most of we frequent their stores and eat. You know what I mean? Their food.
What do they sell? What do they sell? Like you said, Supreme. Like what do they sell? Like just
the
fish?
Supreme Oasis. Yeah, they sell the fish, the fish, black food basically.
Fried fish.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they got the fried fish. Yeah. You know what I mean? You know the catfish. No, they not catfish. It's white.
I'm about to say you ain't buying catfish. You ain't buying collard greens either.
No. I think they do sell collard greens in there.
No.
Yeah, they sell
cornbread.
It's a black. Yeah, they sell soul food. They don't sell no pork. They got the big.
That's against the teachings.
No. It's Nation of Islam Temple run it. So they got the big.
Yeah, I know, but they get the teachings though.
Yeah, you got the big what's the name in there?
The Star and Crescent.
The Star and Crescent. They got the big pork the wanted pig thing in there. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And when Farrakhan come here, that's where he go at to the motherfucking Yeah. So because it's ran by I think Mosque number 6. One of them, and that's where he come at all the time. When he come to Washington, when he come to DC or Baltimore, he always stop at that one. You know what I mean? And it be troves of motherfuckers out there. You know when he in town. You feel me?
Yeah, I want to see Farrakhan on a plate. I would be all like, nigga, what you mean, nigga? Let me see what you got with that
guy. Now, all the stuff that they sell is not all the stuff that they eat. You know what I mean? They just serve the black community.
It's like Chinese people. Yeah, like Chinese people. You eat all the fried stuff. They eat the steamed stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean? So they probably don't eat all of the stuff that they sell, but
yeah, but isn't that like go against what their arguments were? Because they was against the Arabs for selling cigarettes but not smoking them.
Man, you know what? I'm lying. I don't know if it's collard greens. I know they got grain beans. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think collard greens are in there. Yeah.
What's wrong with why is collard green? What's wrong with collard green? Like why is that?
Now Elijah Muhammad taught that your body can't properly digest it. It's a slave meal. And that's in the book How You Live. I think part 1. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now he can't store us up, but he just believe that.
Yeah, I don't think it's no collard green. I think it's grain beans. They sell beans.
Yeah, you're not. It is. Yeah. But believe me, there's no collard greens in there.
I know they got the navy beans in there.
Yeah, lima beans.
Yeah, navy bean soup is actually really good though.
Yeah,
I wouldn't eat no shit like that. But
I eat the lima beans. Lima beans are a little different. Navy beans. I eat lima beans.
Yeah, you ever ate navy bean soup from them?
No, I wouldn't eat.
Yeah, they got that shit.
Navy bean soup.
I'm just saying, if you ever tried it, you be like, okay, this shit official.
Yeah,
they got that. You know, the bean pies, the fish subs. They cook it. The sisters will cook you anything you want for real, the way you want it.
Okay.
If you ask them, you know what I mean. So however you want it prepared, you know what I mean. And they do real good. Yeah, you feel me? Even
that's kind of dope though. Hey chef, that's kind of dope though because
in Atlanta, I'm gonna look.
Chef, that's kind of dope though, chef, because I didn't believe those exist anymore.
Yeah, but they privately owned though. That's the thing. They not owned by because I think the brother is one brother that own it. He in the Nation of Islam, but I think it's fully funded by him. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't think they got the capital to do those type of things no more.
Hey, Sosa, you're a chef. Chef, that's my argument with Rob Bourne. When he bragged about all the shit Elijah Muhammad had, he didn't own none of them shits. Those are all privately owned. He got the credit because they was members.
Yeah, pretty much. But the Nation of Islam
all the companies are privately owned. Yeah.
Yeah, we call it Nation of Islam, but I do know the brother, all their asses name's Muhammad. The brother Muhammad, he owns the cat, and I know he run the one that's around my way. He run that one, but yeah, it do pretty good. Like white people going, everybody going them motherfuckers.
Okay,
you feel me? Because it's clean. You know what I mean? It's like one of the only successful like black sub shops.
Yeah, soulful. Yeah,
you know what I mean. What we would call a sub shop. You know what I mean.
Yeah,
everything else is Asian, right? Yeah, man. Yeah, so they do good. Though. You know what I mean. Respectable motherfuckers. Yeah, and it's crazy because everybody from the hood go in there, but when you go in there, you don't be cursing and you know what I mean. So like they keep the respect. You know what I mean for the sisters.
Yes, sir.
That's all right. That's all right. That's dope.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, they definitely do that. They demand.
It's like
respect.
Even security, like they do security. They used to
really?
do security. Yeah, in the projects here. Right. Their security shit had like some contracts to do and some of our high rises.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Hey, Seth, I used to work for the security out here in Newark.
Oh, that's it. See, yeah, they got, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they doing that shit with no guns?
I think
no guns. And yeah, guess what?
I think
no. I had, bro. Okay, maybe there, but I was in some of the worst places in Newark that you ask any person in Newark, if they from the area, they ain't going. And I was there with a flashlight, but because I was Nation of Islam, I had no problem with anybody.
I think they had. I don't think nobody would go in our high rises without a gun. Like that would be.
Hey, that nigga
that would be nuts.
What was that nigga on like old boy on the wire, the mother dude on the wire?
Yeah, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't go in our high rises without a gun. That's a suicide mission. You feel me?
Hey, Chef, let me ask you this.
Go ahead.
Yeah, speaking of The Wire, Chef, you watched The Wire with Marlo?
Yeah, I watched The Wire.
Oh, okay, the boxing dude, right? The dude that's training the kids. Is that the guy who trains? Is the real guy the guy who trains Gervonta Tank Davis?
No. You know, a lot of that stuff is fictitious. They use real names of notable people, but most of the story is, fictitious. You know what I mean? They just use the names of the, notable drug that, because half of those people, by the time they did The Wire, half of those people were old men. Like they would use Marlo, and all of them. Those guys probably in their 70s now.
Yeah, because they had one dude.
60s.
Really?
They had one dude that was hella old.
Okay.
Yeah, they had one dude that was there. He was like, at least in the 70s.
The Wire was official, bro.
Yeah. A lot of that
well put together.
Yeah, but that wasn't in Baltimore. Baltimore was never functional like that. Like where you would have, one dude and he control all of this.
Oh yeah?
Hell no. Hell.
Wow.
Really?
You'll get smoked.
Yeah, savage, yeah.
Yeah, ain't no way in the world. You know what I mean? You'll have one dude, he could just, now you had people with a lot of money, you know what I mean? But that's like, I probably they acted like it was the black mafia. Like it
was very organized.
Like no, it wasn't. I don't think black people get organized like that. Like no, that's just fucking crazy.
Yeah.
That shit fucked me up because I was like, damn. That shit fucked me up because I was like, damn, how they run that shit like that? Because I'm thinking it don't work like that.
They had meetings and everything, bro.
I came to Atlanta for someplace else, nigga, and had me a little area like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
and then missed the niggas. You know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, how they lock down the whole shit? Like,
black people, we the same everywhere, y'all. Trust me. Like, you see some shit like that, more than likely, that shit ain't motherfucking. Just think of how your shit run in your city.
That ain't
That's how I run. Yeah, we universal, yo.
You can control a little area, but not to that extent. Right? Not to that extent, but you still pump elbows and rub shoulders with the niggas who else, you know what I mean? Other niggas in the area who are the same status, you know what I'm saying? Like, shit.
The Wild is special, bro. That shit was dope.
Yeah, but it probably would be the same way if we watch a show, you know, the people in Chicago will be like, man, that shit ain't like that. You feel me?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
I think I don't want to say Aunt might not have been the one to tell me, but somebody told me that you remember the shit they had where they would take the drug users to like a particular area.
Oh yeah, that was on the wire. Yeah, that shit was clever. Yo, that shit was clever as hell, bro.
Niggas can use drug freely or some shit like that.
Bro, that was smart.
Unc probably, he older than me. He probably seen some shit like that, but I never seen no shit like that.
Sosa Wire. Nobody told Sosa. He watched the Wire. The Wire had that in there.
No, it wasn't a Wire. But I asked. I think it was Unc. I don't want to. That's all. I don't want. Maybe it wasn't.
Then guess what? Sosa. Then he watched.
We have open air drug markets, right? So
what is that? Break that down.
I'm driving past one now. I'm gonna flip my camera, and I'm gonna let y'all see this.
See, maybe that's what I'm saying. Maybe that's what he was explaining to me right there. The open air drug market shit.
Yeah, we have open air where you could just the drug dealing is basically out in the open. Like nobody is hiding anything.
Okay. Yeah.
That's what he's talking about. Yeah. That was what he's telling you about that. Yeah.
You know, people is just openly selling drugs in the middle of the street. It's chaos.
Because in The Wire, the movie had, I think the police commissioner had redirected all the drug dealers and crackheads to one area where crime just in that one area. So the crime dropped in Baltimore because it's only in this one area. So the residents was happy, like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, that way he keep this area clean and y'all gonna do drugs and all type of shit.
I would love that to have in my city.
Yeah, he
bust these silly dumb niggas in one area.
He put niggas on the bus and drop
them
off.
Yeah, right.
The nigga was like, hell yeah. Old boy was like, yo, this shit's a trap, yo. Hey, ain't no way that nigga be like, we look like sell like this shit, bro. This shit.
Right. Motherfucker got all type of surveillance over
there. All right, now look, I'm about to turn this corner, and when I turn this corner, all hell gonna break loose. Like it look peaceful. Look, it look peaceful right here, right? You can see some of the skyline, but when I turn this motherfucking corner, these niggas is like, hold on, man, get the fuck out the street. See these motherfuckers. Like, just look at all of these motherfuckers. These niggas is just selling drugs. Police out here, niggas. Police out here just leaning on the police car. But these niggas out here selling drugs like all in front of them, yo. Like it's
crazy.
Nuts.
That's crazy.
Like, the police is just sitting there. Like he's watching them deal, right? As long as nobody don't get shot.
Yeah, making sure nobody. That's crazy.
It's nuts, yo. It is fucking nuts. Yeah, we got open air drug markets. Like most of them, you know, long as nothing wild don't happen, you know what I mean? The police don't really get, because you can't stop it. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? It ain't enough police. What the fuck is you gonna do? You know what I mean? The police are literally have to see you handing somebody drugs. You know what I mean? They would have to literally see it. Other than that, they letting you do what the fuck you want to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what he was explaining. Man. Yeah, that sound about like what he was explaining. At the time, like that shit sounded crazy to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like how's that shit not on the breaking news on every CNN outlet? Like, yo, can you believe these niggas are selling drugs in the open? You know what I'm saying? Like, shit.
Well, wait, don't forget, allegedly, because Chef said unless you see the drugs, it's alleged. You don't know. It's speculation. Now, of course, we know what's going on.
Yeah, I don't think they never moved them to one area and said y'all can sell drugs right here. This still fucking America. Like,
yeah, no, that happened in the show. They did that in the show.
Yeah, I don't think they never did that. Yeah, but Uncle know he older than me, so he probably lived through some shit like that.
Yeah. Which we talked on this show. Did y'all hear when I was talking about stop and frisk? Did y'all tune in that show?
I think I heard something.
I think Stu P was here, but I know Sosa. I don't know Sosa and Chef heard that show. Did y'all?
I think I might have heard.
Chef, you?
Nope.
So, but you heard of stop and frisk in New York, right?
Yeah.
So when you hear stop and frisk, what goes through your mind? Because most people don't even know what was going on.
I think we got that shit here.
Really?
I never. I mean, shit. Like, what the fuck? You get motherfuckers.
They used to have it in Chicago, stop and frisk, a while ago, but they killed it before they did it in New York.
I don't know if it's legal, but they do that shit.
No, it's legal, and that's the thing. No, it is legal, and it's constitutional. And this is what I was explaining, because like we hear things, and like ex-architect told me like a year and a half ago. He said, "Yo, if you heard of some community, it's a lie." And we heard 94 crime bill stop and frisk. We hear it for the community, and they never tell you the details. So there's a catch to it. Like they don't just randomly run up on you. Now, of course, now we're talking about police officers. Everything is by discretion. So of course, if he believes something, like you said, the hand in hand, he don't see the drugs, but he could believe shaking hands is a drug thing over there. Now that's the officer to run over there by discretion, right? So stop and frisk, same thing as discretion, but they have to. The law states, cops abuse laws just like we can abuse some shit. So they're supposed to see something bulging in your pockets. That's the reasonable stop. If your pockets are flat, they're not supposed to stop. Like, 'cause you don't fall into the stop and frisk, net.
Right.
So it wasn't. So people believe that they randomly stop people. Well, they believe the law states they can randomly stop. No. The reasonable suspicion.
That's the thing. The law didn't state that, right? The law
right.
Stating what you're saying, right? But that's not how it was enforced or practiced. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Now, of course, because Concrete, the reality is that you got racist cops. Like, you got a lot of racist white people in this country, and they're everywhere. They're every field of employment. Okay, they're everywhere. So no matter what the law's going to be,
I don't think it's necessarily. Well, I don't think it's necessarily like it can be racism, right? I'm sure racism plays a part in it, right? But the thing that I think that plays the bigger part in it is when you have a quota, right? So the incentive is not force the law. The incentive is to stop and frisk so many people per month or per week or whatever the quota may be. You know what I'm saying?
Of course. No, I agree.
So that's
now
more of an
the quota you're talking about.
Stop random people. Yeah.
Right. And that's when you get the bad practice. That's when it starts being fallacious.
Now look. Right, but hold on. But let me just explain the incentive. What Corey's speaking about is that like these cops will get certain money awarded to them. From the government.
Right. Like, you could be being promoted. It could be leading to a promotion or something like that. It's all kinds of.
Now look.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Now look. Let me say this. if you Wikipedia, 90% of everybody never got charged, or they let them go. So it was a small percentage of people who actually was ticketed or locked up, like a 10% of 90% of people that they pulled over. Yeah.
Yeah, so, and that's disproportionate.
So these are
so it's not a good practice. You know what I'm saying? Because you violating people's rights to get the catch 10% of and the people that you the people that you caught on some stop and frisk shit, you're just gonna catch them anyway. So it ain't like they really solving any crime by doing the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? They ain't solving crimes,
but Corey, my only pushback was this. Okay, the hood. When the hood realized that these cops could search you, right? They got the right to search your ass. My thing was, dudes gonna be less likely to be carrying guns on them when they traveling, like because right now in North, everybody got guns on them. But when the stop and frisk law was instituted, like people are less likely to get out there with their guns, carry it like the Wild Wild West. So it discouraged a lot of people from riding dirty, so to speak. And don't forget, Corey, it wasn't law enforcement that just said, "Oh, it's stop and frisk." It's the community. Like now, all the gun violence in our inner cities, we're complaining like, "Yo, what the fuck?" Because there's no cop presence. Like what Chef just showed us. So the community complains, and the community has a responsibility. Like we get out there and do what we got to do to stop the violence, and but we don't. What we do is we rely on law enforcement. And law enforcement only do law officials only do one thing: enforce law and write up new laws. That's it. So they are the extreme.
Yeah.
So when you rely on them,
they should be the last course of action. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what happens. They become the first.
Yeah. And you know why? Go ahead, Stu. Go ahead,
Yeah, all right. This is my thing with crime in the Black community, and I'm going to talk about it from a Jamaican perspective. We are responsible for 90% of the crime in our community. The mothers are responsible for 90% of the crimes, because half of these criminals go home to mothers who know that their sons are murderers and criminal, and provide safe havens for them. Jamaica have one of the highest murder rates in the world. And most of these sons, they go home to baby mothers, and they go home to mothers, and they go home to grandmothers who act as if they are saints and provide refuge for these criminals, these parasites in the community. Because unless there's a refuge for them, right? People hiding in houses, you're hiding your criminal murderer son who's out there killing and being a pariah. And this is the talk, stitches get stitches. That's my problem. So we can blame the white man a million times. Police don't kill half the amount. Police don't kill 10% of the black people that black people kill. And I'm not talking about black and black crime.
That's a fact. It's less than 10%.
Yeah, and you know what else adds to that problem too, Stu Pease, is we don't join the police force. You know what I'm saying? I think things go better. I think the law would even work better if it was required. This is my thing with the law as far as law enforcement, because I agree with Stu P. But I'm just gonna say this critique about the way the law enforcement goes, right? I think it should be a requirement that you can only police a neighborhood if you one grew up in that neighborhood and have been and you may not live there, but you have been a part of that community for a certain amount of years, or you live in that neighborhood. You have to live or be a part of that community in order to police it. That should be a requirement. And when that happens,
I agree with that.
I think all the bullshit will go down. Even the crimes will be solved quicker, because the motherfucker will know who gonna do what before they do it. Kevin them shot up Rodney in them house. You know what I'm saying? Well, let me go over here and holler at Rodney to let him, you know what I'm saying? Just let him know, we gonna go check Kevin about that. You just chill out. Don't worry about that. We gonna check. Things can be handled on a different level. You know what I'm saying? if we actually knew these people we were policing. You know what I mean? So that.
Yeah.
But I agree with Stupes though. You know what I'm saying? Like
I
it's
agree
not
too.
the police, bro. We got to take care of home. We got to be better parents, and that's what I say about every situation, man. Like we have to produce good, upstanding citizens in this world. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if as long as like my generation produce good, upstanding citizens, you know, in 10 years, the black community will be not a good community. If everybody in my, you know, in my generation, all they kids and shit, y'all produce good, you know, good kids, in 10 years, the black community be good. All it take is 10 years. It won't take a whole long time to do it.
Look, I've been saying,
and
I've been promoting
Yes,
black. You got to join the police for some time now. That's not a good look in this community. You know what I'm saying? But like, especially when I came to Atlanta, feel me? And that's, you know, the police are black. It's just what it is. Most of them like, I don't very rarely we come to white police to be you in a white area. You know what I'm saying? Where you that kind of white police. And your reaction and your dealing with them are different. Because niggas know how niggas do.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like I don't have police officers, I don't have them cuss me out. I know, let me just shut the fuck out. Nigga, the fuck is you doing, man? Get your dumb ass out of here.
Right.
Yeah, and that's better. You know, and you feel better when they do that, though.
Yeah,
you know,
because
at least.
But they know how they can relate. They know what's going on. They know, like, I can look at this guy. I know how he is. He ain't. This is a guy they can look and say, okay, this is a guy y'all have a problem with. I know his type. His type. You see what I'm saying?
Hold on. Y'all don't think that would cause more problems? That shit sound dangerous to me.
Like what?
To say,
how so?
all right, all us live in black communities or whatever, right? So y'all saying that, Corey saying that the police should come from that community. I think that would cause integrity issue. Because if I know these niggas, I'm gonna be less likely to lock them up for certain shit. You feel me?
No, because your kids gotta grow up in that neighborhood, Chef, and you live in this neighborhood. Your little cousins, your nieces, and them. If them niggas is shooting up shit every goddamn day, you don't want your family members out there. You know what I'm saying?
Or sometimes you may not get locked up for the bullshit. Like shit where niggas can be like, I'm gonna just take this little weed and throw it out, bro. Take your ass home, nigga.
Yeah. Hey, Chef, that's true because some police officers are not trying to hear any explanation at all, zero.
But nothing.
But when a cop kind of know you a little bit, he'll let you, or not just know you, but look like you. He'll let you, from my experience, explain yourself. You did because every police stop is pretty much discretion.
The trailer park is the perfect example, man. The trailer park is the perfect example, right? The police know everybody in the trailer park, right? Now in the trailer park, they doing drugs in that motherfucker. They got illegal guns, all kind of shit going on in that motherfucker, right? But when the police get a domestic violence call, they know is fucking Jeremy. He done got drunk again. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna take his drunk ass down here. We're gonna let him spend a night and sober up, and we're gonna let Mary Lou come pick his drunk ass up in the morning. You know, they not gonna go in and bust the door down and beat fucking Jeremy over the goddamn head. You know what I'm saying? Because they scared. They don't know what Jeremy got. You know, they know Jeremy got a gun. They know he's drunk as fuck, so they're going to go in there with caution. But at the same time, they ain't going in there so scared that they ain't coming in, you know what I'm saying, ready to shoot at any moment and end up shooting the baby. Or, I think it'll be just less bullshit going on. You know what I'm saying? That's what I think. I don't know. I could be wrong, but it seems like the people in the trailer park, they know the police, and they can relate to them. You know what I'm saying? A little bit better, you know. So I think, you know, the crime, because it's crime in the trailer park, but I don't think I think just by them having a relationship with the police, it mitigates a lot of the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? That's just my opinion, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, hey, Chef, I agree because my oldest brother is a police officer in my neighborhood, and my neighborhood is predominantly black, and And a lot of our cops are black. Like I think half the force is black, and half of them went to my high school. You know, so we kind of know most of them. So the interactions, like Corey exactly saying, it's more like a conversation. Like, yo, man, get off this block. And they just leave. It's no fuck you, none of that. It's like a respect thing.
Yeah. And even like when I was when I was out here in the streets, right, the cops that knew me, right, they would just be cool by me respecting them. So when he rolled down the block, right, one time, next time I'm not gonna be out there when he rolled down. He gonna come back, he gonna hit the block again, but I'm not gonna be out there when he hit the block again. That's just respect. and it's cool. It keep him from getting out the car. It keep him from fucking with it. You know what I'm saying? And it's cool like that once you have respect for people like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, and see, that's what I'm saying. What y'all saying, we all live in different cities. It's the same shit. You feel me?
Yeah.
It is the same shit. Yo, I tell you, when y'all talk, I don't hear nothing different, yo. Like we be acting like shit. It be the same. Niggas just got different accents, yo. Trust me.
Yeah.
Like, no doubt.
It's the same shit, yo. Like, but that stopping friction. Yeah. I definitely ain't know that shit was illegal or like.
Yeah, what's illegal about it?
That's the black community said. You know what I mean? Like it was a big. I think it was New York.
Nah,
I think it was a big problem
but it
in
wasn't.
New York.
No.
It wasn't illegal, but the way they was practicing it was, I think that's where
no. Concrete. Even that I would challenge. Black folks got mad because black and Hispanics are the main people getting pulled over compared to white people. But it was to address black and Latino crimes. So of course.
Right, but I mean, every time a nigga, like, the thing is though, unbiased is, like, every time a nigga got a joint in his pocket, man, like, you don't gotta take this nigga to jail for a joint. You know what I'm saying? Like, niggas is doing a hard time for getting caught with a joint 3 times. Yeah. Now they got a 3, now they got a felony. The shit is out of hand. You know what I'm saying?
Now, wait. No, hold on. No. I got it. But Corey, they were answering a problem that was worse. What was out of hand was what Stu P said. 90% of the violent crimes were done by black folks, and 90% of recipients were black folks. So that was to So that was to minimize the assailant and the person and the victim.
Right.
So they were trying to address the problem.
But they go about they went about that. Go ahead, Steph.
No, how do we expect the police to protect the black community if we don't give them the power to protect black? You know what I mean? That shit. I think we be shooting ourselves in the foot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what happened. It's like we want the crime to happen.
I don't think that's how you address that. The murdering and the killing and shit that Stu P's talking about and shit, right? I don't think that's how you address that. I don't think that's how you protect the black community. The thing is, poverty, when you got high poverty, you're gonna have high violent crime. And that's how you address violent crime. That's the problem that people ain't understanding, that that's how you address crime. You don't have crime in people in a upper middle class neighborhood. You know why? Because everybody getting money. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with that.
To live for, you know? So when you mitigate the poverty, you mitigate the crime. So if they want violent crime to go down, they got to do something about the poverty. That's the only way they're going to get the violent crime down.
Concrete, I agree. Everything you're saying, but I got a little pushback. Because I was asking people on my show not too long ago was, okay, fine. That's a long-term solution. That's some shit 20 years down the road. But right now, they got to address what's happening right now. And that's the violence, and that's the people carrying guns that's terrorizing the community. You know, you can't wear nothing of value because you're a victim. You're a lick, as they say.
I think it adds to the poverty. I think it adds to the poverty because the nigga that got caught with 3 joints, now he got to pay for a lawyer. You know, he lost his driver's license.
Wait, so hold on.
I got you. Shit, you know what I mean?
Nah. But look, but Corey, when you read the Wikipedia, these people are being let go. They've been let go.
I
Like,
don't know that they being let go. I don't know that.
Look, I can't tell you.
If they get you, they got you, man. You're going to
Corey,
court and you're going to have to fight that.
Corey, what I'm saying is this. The average person who goes to work and come home, right, and got some value, either on them or in their home, they're like, yo, we'll sacrifice some weed smokers to discourage the crime, the violent crime, the robberies. People want to walk to their door in peace. And if it's going to take a couple smoking weed niggas to get locked up, then so be it.
I don't think that's worth it. I don't think it's worth it.
But look, based on this particular thing I was reading, right, it's called, without really getting too long into it, it's called like the Hobbesian, it's like a Hobbesian theory, right? So basically it was saying like, in order for the people to reside in the community and for it to be peace, they got to be able to have a certain type of trust for the system. So like in the community, the community would have to be able to trust the police to the point to where they can actually call the police. So one of the reasons that you see violence like you do in that community, because one, there's a distrust with the police, right? So when crime, like if somebody was to do something to my family in my community, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get my gun and I'm gonna go respond. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Like that, it's that type of mentality that has to be removed from the community. It has to be a place where if something happens to me, I can call the police, and it's respectable. You know what I'm saying? It's not like, you feel me? We can't be pushed to be vigilantes out here. A vigilante is a justice. You see what I'm saying? So like if somebody assaulted my girl, I can't take that upon myself to go get my gun and deal with that individual. You see what I'm saying? I got to be able to say, hold on, what? My girl was, you finna call the police, bro. You see what I'm saying? But in our community, we don't have that type of balance there where we do that. You know, we got the no snitch mentality, no snitching. You know what I'm saying? Even niggas who ain't in the game think they ain't supposed to snitch. They ain't supposed to call the police. You know what I'm saying? So there's that type of element, that type of thinking that has to be removed for it to get to where when these type of incidents happen, we don't react like vigilantes. We react like other folks do who just call a car. Like a white folk, they finna call the police. You know what I'm saying? On the most, you know what I'm saying? On the average. Versus, you know what I mean? Black person feel like, oh, you supposed to handle that yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't less of a man if you don't. You know what I'm saying? We got to take that type of mindset has to be removed.
My problem with that is that who's committing, if we look in our community, I can guarantee to you that if less than 10% of the people, in less than 1% of the people in any Black community, I'll go down and say 1%, 1 in every 100 homes is the problem. It's not a widespread problem. We all know who the criminals are in our community. We all know who the person is most likely to rob somebody at gunpoint. We know who the drug dealers are. Less than 1%. Listen, if we get rid of that 1% from the community, we have a wonderful community,
Yeah,
we have a wonderful community.
I think.
And you know what?
Real
quick, Sosa, because you said something. That's the problem. That's why black on black crime is so high, because exactly what you said. A white person is likely to call the police, but a Black person is unlikely to call the police. So you'll be quicker. A criminal will be quicker to do something to another Black person than they would a white person, for fear of having to deal with the police too. You see what I'm saying?
That's a fact.
Yeah. And that just spreads. What Sosa said just adds on to the Black on Black crime right there. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead.
Worldwide, especially in my homeland, people are tired of the criminals and they're asking the police to murder them. And it's Black people tired of Black criminals. My country is 90% Black people and they're tired of the criminals. And when the police carry the criminals, they're asking why the police didn't just murder them on the spot. So People tired
y'all
of criminality in the neighborhood.
You know, Jamaica got a police problem. You know, Jamaica police is corrupt, bro. Like, come on.
Yeah, but no, but
I've been to Jamaica quite a few times.
What I'm talking about is that law-abiding people,
yeah, I know
law-abiding, hard-working people are tired of going home and fearing for the safety. And that's why when people talk about the 94 crime bill, the 94 crime bill was a response of black people getting tired of coming home and not knowing if the home was broken into.
And two P's, let me speak on that. Because you know, I sometimes looked in real in depth. When Bill Clinton said black leaders called for that, he wasn't lying. Like when stupid black folks thought he was lying. The black community definitely was calling for something to be done, and they drafted 94 crime bill. And people didn't know what that bill was actually called. It was actually called the Violent Bill Act. It was addressing violence, domestic violence with wife and husband or baby mama, all type of violence. It was addressing. Okay, and it was successful. But it was definitely getting rid of those machine guns with the long extended banana clip. Got rid of all that. So it got rid of all these high power rifles that was used by gang members who was killing innocent people with these drive-bys. So yeah, this was something the community asked for, and Sosa, Chef, and Concrete Stupes. The fact is, the law-abiding, tax-paying citizens, the black people, they didn't even care if it took the police officer to violate his right to lock that nigga up. They didn't care. They want him out the community.
But the backlash was too, though, what came with that, the 3 strikes, right? To where now, you know, the 3 strike, it wouldn't had to be a violent situation. You could have 2 regular felons. You know what I'm saying? Where it's not even a violent crime. And that 3rd strike, now you're doing like, I think some days it was a mandatory 20 on the 3rd.
Now, you know I don't really believe that. You got to fact check those stories because that had to be.
No, that's why.
That had to be.
You got to look at why did they start apologizing for it? Like, what was some of the backlash that made them?
Okay, look. Sosa. Well, they made Planned Parenthood apologize for Margaret Sanger efforts. So it's whatever we're in. It looks bad, so it's bad. How about?
With anything that comes, there's going to be some type of flaws. Like nothing's going to be perfect. So you got to look at what were some of the backlashes.
I got it. So this is, we say 94 crime bill, you know, because every bill is a lot of stuff attached to it, right? So the 3 strike rule, don't forget, it had to be a federal offense. So that's why some of the stories I heard, I don't believe it, because how's stealing candy a federal offense? So I'm like, I don't know about that one. That got to be fact checked.
I have a question. Has anybody in here ever been held up at gunpoint? Has anybody ever pulled a gun at you and took your stuff and empty out your pockets?
No.
Until you've been held up by gunpoint. Until you've been held up by gunpoint. And when you leave, and you leave with your life, and you say to yourself, no, these dudes do not deserve to be on the street. Anybody, and if you want to be black, white, Chinese, or blue, who have the heart to pull the gun on a next black man and take him stuff, deserve to rot in prison. 25 years is too small. Deserve to rot in prison. Deserve to die until you have been held up by gunpoint. And your knees weak, and you're on the verge of pissing and shitting yourself. Don't know if you're going to see your wife or your children the following day. I have no sympathy. So when people tell him about 94 crime bill and 25 years, when somebody push a gun in your face, then come and talk to me. Until then, have wishful thinking. Have wishful thinking. What you going to say about?
I'm gonna look into the 3 strike rule a little more in depth, because I haven't really looked into that one particular. To be honest, I have never looked into the 3 strike rule in depth, and that's my next thing I'm gonna do. I'm gonna look into that.
Yeah, he's know that you have a California son. California 3 strikes is 25 years of life.
Yeah, but what does it entail? Like what type of offense does it have to be? Cause I know it's not stealing candy.
No, gun crimes. No, it was supposed to be It's supposed to be violent crimes or serious felonies. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? It has to be a violent crime because the whole bill is addressing violence.
Or a serious felony. Not have to be or a serious felony. What they deem as a serious felony.
And what's defined as a serious felony? Like selling pounds of coke?
Or pounds of marijuana. It's still a serious felony.
Yeah, but it's not selling candy. That's my thing. Like I think that's a hood tale. Not you, but I definitely heard that, and not from you. I heard that like around the 2000s, I was hearing that. I was definitely hearing that. But Sosa, the reason why, and look, I'm like you said, Sosa, there is backlashes because, like you said, no law is perfect. You know, it's going to like people going to be harmed by it that shouldn't be harmed by it. You know, because there's no one rule that can just be, you know, covering all things. You know, I mean, like some people get the raw end of the stick, like Corey pointed out for stopping Chris. The person with the pocket knife because mace, what I believe out here in New Jersey, mace is like not really legal to carry, or brass knuckles. So yeah, so if you're trying to protect yourself with brass knuckles,
I'm looking at it right now. I'm trying to find it. So they give me some examples. It said in a few cases, a third strike can receive 25 years to life, even if the third offense is not as serious as a violent felony. This will happen if the third conviction is for a drug offense involving a certain quality of cocaine, methamphetamine, heroin, or related drug. The third offense is a felony sex crime, blah, 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 right? The defendant used a firearm or was armed with a firearm or deadly weapon when they committed the third offense. The defendant intended to cause greatly bodily harm when they committed the third offense, or one of the strike person is on a short list of particularly serious offenses. This includes sexually violent offense, sex crime involving. Yeah, This is I'm looking at this.
You agree with
California.
That? This is California. Yeah, well, that's what that's what it was drafted at. I think the other states adopted it, Corey. I mean, so Stupi's that go with Stupi's saying, Sosa. I think you agree. If a dude get caught once for a sex crime, twice for a sex crime, and third time, who want to see this guy free? If a dude is selling hella weight in the neighborhood or wherever he's doing 3 times, like, dude, you're a career criminal. You're never gonna stop. Or if you're violent with these firearms 3 times in a row. Like, what tax-paying person believes this person should be in society?
I ain't beefing with 3 firearms in a row. I'm trying to, because I'm doing it on the fly. I'm looking at it on my damn computer real quick.
Yeah, because you know they had. I got Michelle Alexander's book, The New Jim Crow.
Yeah, like
here. She has some concerns.
Or let's say you have 2, like it's another one. Let's say you have burglary or robbery, right? And let's say that you're arrested with possession of hallucinogen or hallucinogen marijuana, and that's a felony, but not a serious violent crime. That would be considered a third strike.
Yeah, he got to jail. Go and spend 25.
That's 20.
You deserve to go to jail.
But Sosa, you skipped past the first 2 crazy crimes that he just committed. You did that. Yeah. It could have harmed somebody or killed somebody. And like Stupi said, robbed at gunpoint, embarrassed him, took it to his manhood.
Yeah. I mean, but that's fine. I ain't saying that's cool with that. But if you get caught with something simple, now you face 25. That's not.
Yeah. Go to jail.
But you should have.
Go to jail. Go to jail, but not 25 years, bro.
25. Go to jail.
I guess that's
you have no use to the society. Go to jail.
Yeah, I'm doing it on the fly. There's more into it, but I'm just doing it on the fly. I can't pull up all of it. Because then this is a good one too, because they're giving different examples of how a person can get a third in a less serious manner. Yeah, but anyway, I think
listen.
We can get into
Sister
it one
Safa, let me say something to Sister Safa. Sister Safa said, why is it that a sex offender can get out quicker than a drug dealer? Who determines why a sex offender can get out quicker than a drug dealer? It is, both of them is 2 heinous crimes. A sex offender, unfortunately, is hurting one person, but a drug dealer destroys a whole community. A drug dealer destroys a whole community, especially somebody who's selling heroin and crack in their own community. You might argue the fact that people are conscious and people are aware that drugs are bad, and they shouldn't get involved in drugs in the first place.
It don't gotta be crack cocaine. You can just make it marijuana. Same shit still apply.
Well, nowadays marijuana isn't that big an offense.
We're talking about now, but this is prior to, like, this is what we included. Right. This is including the whole shit. So I don't gotta speak cocaine.
Let's moving forward from now. Moving forward from now. See, that marijuana is not the big drug that it used to be anymore, especially in certain states. The black man shouldn't get hemmed up on the whole marijuana thing anymore, right? But no, we're not moving. We're moving from marijuana. We're going into lean. We got the marijuana. We're going into lean, right? Black people don't start to experiment with the same fentanyl. They're seeing what it's doing to black communities, and black people playing with fentanyl. No. If you are selling fentanyl to your community, you deserve to go to jail for the rest of your life. I have no sympathy for you. None whatsoever.
No, I get it.
Spend 23 hours in a cell and come out for an hour each day.
So you're saying you have more sympathy for a sex offender?
No, I'm not saying that. A sex offender deserves his penis to be cut off.
No, but you just
and his hands to be cut off. Yeah.
I think, but that's what she's asking. She's asking why. Right. So you're saying that it should be the same.
I'm saying that anybody who hurt the community deserves to be locked away for the rest of their life.
Not for the rest of their life. You a straight goddamn
square. I'm a square.
I
am the son of a crackhead. I am the son of a crackhead.
You're black.
I'm the son of a crackhead. I'm the son of.
My mother
did drugs. I am the son of a crackhead. I knew what it feels like.
My mother did, so I'm raised in the same background. So the same background.
Right. And imagine how it feels. How did it feel?
I don't have to imagine. I don't gotta imagine. I know how I feel.
No, don't imagine. Let's both of us reminisce. How did it feel as a child to have a crackhead parent? No, look at the person who's benefiting off it. No, look at the person who's benefiting off it.
But at the same time, how would you feel about your father, all right, who's addicted, right, gets arrested for crack? Do you feel like he should be put away for the rest of his life? Or do you feel like he should be treated like an addict?
He should be treated like an addict. If he wasn't robbing or stealing from anybody to vice.
I mean, he's a crackhead. He's a crackhead. He must probably steal it from somebody.
No, it's not every crackhead steal from somebody.
I'm saying
my father worked every year.
In general, stupid. In general, can we agree on in general?
In general, yeah. I wouldn't say every crackhead.
I ain't say every. See now, you do it every. In general.
But in general mean every.
No. In general mean every. In general mean like the most probably, most likely. You know what I'm saying? Not all, but
use
majority.
Most likely.
Majority will versus who don't. On average, that's what on average.
No, in general.
Huh?
In general, do mean
that. We're not going to argue in general. I'm going to switch it to on average, since that's more complicated.
All right, okay.
The
average,
you can hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
You was on mute or something?
I was talking on mute. Yeah, I was talking on mute. Wow. Go ahead.
Yes.
These guys ignoring me.
We agree on that because that's how they treating the opioid epidemic. They're treating the opioid epidemic the way they should have treated the crack epidemic.
Right.
They're doing the crack epidemic.
But they didn't know, so
locking crackheads up. You know what I mean?
No, it's so. But look, but that same argument I raised to ex-architect, and he was like, yeah, because we didn't know. We know now. He said we know that shit doesn't work. Like, so okay. We are in an experimental phase, right?
I agree with you. I know what you're saying. I agree with that. I agree.
Yeah. Okay.
We you know better, you do better. Of course.
Right.
Yeah. Cool. No, it just looks bad. The optics,
yeah,
the optics
it definitely does.
Yeah, the optics is bad.
It definitely does. It don't look good.
Yeah. It's like, okay, now we figured the shit out. Now we know.
Now, Stu Peace.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna make Amber gonna cuss me out, but I'm gonna do an absolute on you. Because there's a difference between smoking crack and sniffing crack. There's a big difference in how addicted you get. Sniffing crack is like cocaine. So you might not be a thief like my uncle. But smoking crack, I definitely think you're a thief.
In general,
yeah.
In general.
No. No, hell no. No, hell no. If you're smoking crack, I do not see you as a non-thief. You're definitely a thief.
Somebody, right? I feel like you stole from somebody.
The possibility exists that he did steal from somebody. He did steal from his workplace.
Oh, see, now, hold on. No, Stupid, no. You just fought me on in general because your father didn't do it. And now you admit you just steal something. Like, come on, man.
No, I have to be honest. I have to be honest, but I have to push back. I have to be honest, but I have to push back.
Over there, real.
Yeah, I have to push back. But be honest. As much as it hurt me to say that he shouldn't be locked away from stealing people things. But probably to deal with him in society, probably have to lock him away. Because he wasn't coming off the crack. He came off the crack. My father stopped taking crack like 5 years before he died.
Yeah, but you know, right? You gotta have the opportunity, even though you know what I mean.
But that was like, because after a while, crack don't have no use to most crackhead. It loses its potency after you take it for 20, 30 years.
Yeah, like I said, my mother went through that when I was younger. So, like I said, I remember I had to pick her up out of rehab a couple of times in my teens.
Mm-hmm.
As she got older, she got a problem with her lung, and then that lung issue got her into pain pills. She got an addiction turned to pills.
Oh yeah, man. Yep. That's the case with people like back pains. You're right, bro. You're right. Like a car accident, bad car accident. Yep. They get those pain pills. It's over.
Yeah, and she's hooked on them. That's lower kind of shit. I mean.
Yep. They go to the streets. I had a. Yep.
Yeah.
Pain pills. That's crazy, man. So you missed some of the show where I was saying, I think Concrete kind of alluded to a little bit. Where is, like, with me, I'm all about holding everybody accountable. If you're in the city, your city's fucked up, drug ran, what are you doing? You dig? Like, what are you doing for your city? Like, who are you organizing with? Especially for those who complain and blame other people. I look at you like, well, what are you doing? Because the government, right? You got to do something, to be part of the solution. Because the government and its programs have done more for black communities than black folks.
Yeah. I've lived in it.
So the entity that they hate.
My nature's always been like, listen, I ain't finna be pranked. So that should explain to you guys gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, nigga, I ain't finna be run over. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna be all right. Y'all need to figure this shit out.
I mean, at some degree, that's how you gotta be, and I'm gonna get spooky. The Bible, Jesus said, let the dead bury the dead.
Because because it's like I kind of talked about earlier, and especially back then now. I can't do, like, you're supposed to call the police. You ain't supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not supposed to be confronting violent individuals on the corners. Moms and shit.
At all, zero.
Yeah, you're supposed to call the police. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit, every day if you got to. You know what I'm saying? But, you know what I'm saying? Like, like, if you promoted that shit, like, come on, bro. Like, you can't even promote that shit. Yeah.
Nah, yeah, you can't.
But guess what? For my kids, though, guess how I tell them? Look, call the police.
You're supposed to.
Yeah, you feel?
Oh no, you fucking me. You fucking me. Oh yeah, now you fucking me. Like these fake thug YouTubers, you fucking me. You going to jail?
Yeah, I try. My kids raised up.
I got a real promising life. I ain't fucking with your little bum ass. Now you going straight to jail? You fucking me.
My kids raised in a different lifestyle. So I'm like, I'm trying to let the ignorant shit die with me. You know what I'm saying? Because I still feel beholden to the ignorant shit. But my kids are like, nah, nigga, listen. You call the police.
Nah.
Motherfuckers on your shit on your property. Call the police.
I'm getting your ass like, man. I established that real early around like Nick, like the stuggers I'll be hanging with like little dude. I didn't agree to none of y'all rules. All right, don't fuck with me. I ain't agree to none of y'all rules. Don't fuck with me.
Yeah, that's the best way to go about it. But like, if you can't be approaching violent individuals on the corner. Like that shit ain't gonna work out in your favor.
Nah, man. I ain't trying to do no 25 years for a crazy fucking bipolar ass nigga.
Right.
Who had a chemical imbalance? Hell no.
Yeah, all the shit, even the little simple shit. You know what I'm saying? Like even the more simple shit. Like you know what I'm saying? You get altercation with. You know what I'm saying? You get into altercation with. You know what I mean? Like. That's how you supposed to handle it. Until we get to that point, shit's gonna be the way it is, bro.
Sosa, stupid. Look, it could have went left for me Wednesday night. We go bowling every Wednesday. Now I'm an ex-professional bowler. Like I'm better in bowling in any activity in life. I'm better in bowling. I bowled a couple perfect games in my life. A 299 another time. You know, my average is crazy online. You know, in leagues, like a 207 career average. Like, I'm a problem. Now, I fell off. I don't care. So I have fun. But my crew wants to bet me anyway. So, of course, most nights I end up with the most money. But they still bet an ex-professional bowler. So I drink and spot them pins just so they can have a chance. So I get them like 40, 30, 20 pins. And now it's like competitive. Sometimes they win, sometimes. And they be bragging. I'm like, dude, you shouldn't brag because I'm not going to get those pins again. You just take the money and laugh at me amongst yourselves. Yeah. So Wednesday, so it could have went left. So Wednesday, I'm spotting this dude 40 pins every game for $5. Right? I lost every game. He beat me straight up every game. So he got that close to 40. Yeah, and so the one game I won by 2 points. Scratch. So I still lost because 40 pin handicap. I ain't complained one time. He's bragging, shaking his ass. The one game I asked, so I'm down for the night, he's going home happy with his girl. The one game I win, I'm only getting $5 back. He got $30 from me. The one game I win, this nigga down there wanted to fight when I talk shit. I said, dude, I'm just having fun. I said, dude, you know what? Don't call me again. that emotional, bro, he won every last game. Talking shit. I'm just having fun with the dude. I win one game, I'm having fun talking shit. He want to fight. I'm like, are you serious? You know what? Don't call me again. But yeah, that's how we are, man.
Yeah. You know, and it's like, you know, niggas a lot mature now. You feel me? Like you know, like a lot of the shit happen in our communities with youth. You know what I'm saying? Like when you're older, you see shit coming, and you know, like, you know what? I'm out, bro.
Yeah.
Feel me?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
You know what, bro? Let's go ahead and do it. You feel me? Like
nigga talking about he's street certified, all type of shit. I'm street certified. Like, oh shit, this nigga took it there. He got my money. He got my money in his pocket. He talking about how street certified he is.
You should have said, you know what, bro? Take the $5 back so you don't gotta lose your certification, bro. Yeah. I'm out, bro. Just don't call me no more. Like, I want you. I ain't trying to fuck up your certification, my nigga. Like, you feel me? I'll at you, man.
Yeah, like, dude, like, let me get up out of here, bro. I'm definitely not doing that with you. Yeah, but that's how we are, man. Like, it's unfortunate. Bowling.
Yeah. Like I said, it's gonna take a long.
Can you imagine like gambling, like playing CeeLo?
Oh man, you already know how them games go. Yeah. I don't know
how niggas even do that nowadays.
I ain't never want to roll dice. I bet on the side. I ain't never want to roll dice, but that shit always go the way it's gonna go. And niggas, it go the way it's gonna go every time, and niggas still come back and do the same shit.
Right. Like niggas love the excitement, yo.
Yeah, that's what it is.
They love the excitement.
They know who gonna start the shit. And they still get with this nigga. Like, bro, you know how you do. My nigga, like, you know. Like, you know, if you beat that nigga, bro, don't say nothing, bro. Just be quiet, take the bread, slide. You know what I'm saying? Niggas gonna be niggas, man. You feel me? Until we get to that point to where we, you know what I mean? Until we get, but too though, I think the environment too changes shit though. Like when you out of that element, like
Oh,
we
yeah.
we the only group of people that can say some shit like, nigga, I hang with the robbers and the killers. And that's a good thing. You know what I'm saying?
That's a good thing.
Like a white person can't be like, nigga, I hang with the robbers and the killers. He'd be like, why?
Yeah.
Nigga, don't hang. Please don't hang around me. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
That's a badge of honor. That's a badge of honor. Nigga, I hang with the robbers and the killers. You're like, shit, dad, you the man.
Nah, yeah, that's a true story though, bro.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah. We got to do away with. Got to do away with that type of mentality.
Yeah, because Sosa, that's what they're gonna ask you. The minute you try to act like, you know, I'm around people, they're gonna ask you what you did, who you been with, where you know, they're gonna ask you those questions. If you don't check, if you ain't been with those people in that neighborhood, bro, they like, nah.
Yeah, you ain't official. You ain't official.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna be, who you know so. You know, gotta run down names. Yeah, that's probably our most ignorant shit though. Like, goddamn, I hang with the robbers and the killers. Like, that is terrible. That's terrible, but yeah, definitely bad life choices.
So I'm gonna backtrack a little bit. So I want to get, good conversation. I like how we just went different directions. Start off one way and we end up somewhere else. And people who are listening is enjoying it. But I want to get back to the misinformation on Egypt. Like, look, I talk to Unc a lot, because he want to try shit on me. His magic on me. So I'm asking questions and I'm trying to understand his argument. I'm like, Unc, I watched you on several lives. I talked to you on the phone. I still don't know your argument. Like, I know Chief X's argument. I know other niggas' argument. I don't know your argument. I've been listening to you for hours. And Unc, I said, I don't believe the chat knows your argument. So I had Unc give me 6 talking points. Okay? So he gave me 6 talking points.
All right.
So I said, now, Unc, what I need you to do, come on my show and do a small video on those 6 talking points. Like, let's add some order to this shit. And then now you got a video, which is 6 talking points. Let your ops watch the video and do a live response to your talking points, right? And you rebut that. And then eventually, we come to a live where y'all talking now. Like, that's how it should be done, because I'm hearing Unc, I'm hearing Chef, I'm hearing you guys, and it's like y'all on different pages. It's like, yo, it's all over the fucking place. I'm like, yo, I'm not learning nothing. I don't even know, like, because a lot of things are being implied, but it's not being said.
They're different people because they want to be. Like, when we we start talking about the people and who they were, right, in terms of who those populations were, then they want to say, nah, it's about the culture. See what I'm saying? So now anybody can get Egyptian. Greeks are Egyptians. You see what I'm saying? And so it's like,
yes, exactly. And so, but so the audience, so I'm gonna fault y'all too, because y'all, both of you, y'all doing a horrible job of letting people know where he's coming from. Y'all doing a horrible job of saying that right there, of honing in on that. Like, listen, okay.
That's because all them niggas got different arguments. Ujawu got his argument.
Stop going down rabbit. Wait, right. Stop going down rabbit holes.
Smash jump on. They black. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And brother Reggie go a different direction.
Yeah, we fight like 9 niggas. You know what I'm saying? Who all got different, you know what I'm saying, points. Shit crazy.
Yeah, because brother Reggie believes that they're invaders in Egypt. So I'm like, oh shit, that's new.
He believes it. He talking about a whole population dispersed. Unc ain't talking about.
That's the original argument, though.
Unc's not talking about it, but he is. But he ain't though.
Oh yeah,
like he won't disagree with Reggie. You know what I'm saying? He won't support him publicly.
Not publicly. He won't disagree with Reggie.
You see what I'm saying? But he that's what I'm saying. He do, but he don't. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now I told Unc, I said, Unc, the way I'm hearing this, that's how the audience is hearing it, bro. like they don't know what's going on. They're confused. You guys know more about Egypt than I ever did, and I'm trying to learn and pick up on a conversation, and I'm not getting anywhere. I'm still in the same position I was before. I did my own reading, so I'm getting a little more enlightenment. I'm still light years from, seeing what's going on, and I get it, because when we talk vaccinations, they be confused too.
Yeah, but
until we keep talking about it, but eventually they get it.
It's too frustrating, bro, because we be trying to we be trying to find a neutral ground, right? Like that's why we try to go to the Wikipedia or encyclopedia. That way, it's not us, and let's just try to use base.
But I'm gonna tell you,
they don't agree with they don't agree with no base level, like none of that shit.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you what y'all doing. Look, I told X too. I'm gonna tell you I told both X's. I'm gonna tell you what y'all doing wrong. I'm telling you now, and the chef listening, concrete. Stop going down the rabbit holes, bro.
Yeah, the niggas pull you.
That's confusing us, right? But you understand? Like y'all, the party talking, discussing, you guys know what you're talking about. So if somebody's wrong, you know and they know it, but we don't. We are confused.
Yeah, I feel you. Like I said, like I said, even when I was talking to Wuja the other day, you know what I'm saying? You talk about culture. That's why I said it's better to discuss who ain't culturally Egyptian, right? Because Egyptian
yeah. See, that's a good one.
Yeah, you feel me? Because shit. So now we can, because everybody who lived in there is Egyptian now, right? So now we can say, okay, so were there sub-Saharans in Egypt? You know what I'm saying? Now we can ask who wasn't there. You know what I feel me?
Yeah. That's good, because I think that's a better angle to come at it. Because now you say, all right, well, Egyptians are everybody you just said, and whoever's not, that's not. Okay. What they got to do with Black Americans, though?
Oh, yeah.
Because that's what it all ties down to. Like, it's only Black Americans that I know of in the entire world that believe they're Egyptians. Like, there's no other person, not too many Black people anywhere else, and even the continent don't believe that shit.
Oh, I already know that answer. I've been having a discussion for a little bit. See, I'm biased.
What's that one?
Even the Europeans claim their greatest Jew. You see what I'm saying? So as African people, Egypt is a crown jewel in Africa. The Egyptians are Africans. We are Africans, therefore we can claim it. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's very deceptive, because then you're dealing with the North Africans who are considered Africans, but they're not Africans.
Yeah,
and that becomes confusing to the now. Yeah, now I understand that right there, but the audience are totally confused when the North African thing is brought up. They're totally confused.
No, I was thinking it'd be funny as hell. Do a show on goddamn our Algerian brothers. You know what I'm saying? Because we real picky about the Africans we take on that side. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we'll be like, you never hear niggas talk about Algeria or Morocco. You know what I'm saying?
Libya, right.
Yeah, niggas act like they don't exist. You know what I'm saying?
Like nobody look at Gaddafi as African. Like, stop it.
Nobody claim the Berbers. Like, nobody likes the Berbers.
Nah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, shit.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you can do a show on that one.
Yeah, so I was getting talking points because I told both X's. I said, I really told ex-architect more. I said, yeah, I'm going to try to format this shit where specific questions are asked and we just deal with that. Now, I know that
what you should do, unbiased, get us talking point, right? And what he's saying. Then get Wujawa's talking point, right? Then get Smash's talking point. And then see what they are aligned with and then what they are not aligned with. But if you ask them to go against one another, they're not.
Yeah, of course
not. Like Smash is on black. Yeah, Smash is on black, nigga. They black, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Uncle fight us on that black shit. But he's not gonna fight Smash on black.
Yeah. Now, ex-architect asked a good question. He was like, I think Brother Reggie was on. It's this one Brother Reggie on. This might have been part 2, because they did one part, then did part 2 where everybody kind of got off kind of early. I think Chef fell asleep. That live was like one of my lives. It was like on, but nobody's on. You dig? So So ex-architect said, yo, what? Why y'all so stuck on Egypt? Like, it's okay. Like, yo, we don't got to be Egyptian. Like, is that some type of, I'm paraphrasing, some inferiority complex where you got to be Egyptian? Like, yo, we are great. We don't got to. And my thing is, Sosa, we're competing with white racist people because they said they were Egyptian too, right? That's their argument. So we're arguing with them. It's like, yo, Sosa, we got a chance to be great now. We're in the greatest country. We got access to all the resources. And guess what? There are black people in this country doing great things we never heard of because we're focused on some Egyptian shit. And not just Egyptian, Hebrew shit, Moor shit, Aboriginal shit. But there are black folks right now in this country and worldwide who are doing great shit that we should be championing.
Yeah, but you know about they've been, a lot of them been committed to that. You know what I mean? Like that's their spill. They built whole, things on that shit. You feel me? Like, I mean,
Look,
that's just just being straight up. Like, Assad's whole thing is embedded in that. Uncle Abdul, where Wujawa had to say with University.
I know. I told Unc.
You see what I'm saying? So like,
I said, Unc.
There's so much attached to it. So sometimes you don't.
I agree.
You can't even separate if it's bias or if it's, you know what I mean? Like, it could be, but it's like it's so much to go into it.
But that's what the audience got to see. At that point, I'm no longer like when I interview these Islam members. I don't give a fuck he agree with me or not. I'm talking to the audience. I'm using him to reach the audience. You dig? So he say some stupid shit. I'm make sure the audience caught it. I'm done convincing that dude. He's done. So I'm making sure the audience is educated. So for Unc, I said, Unc, I text him. I said, Unc, listen, your entire adulthood, you thought you were Egyptian. You thought you was that with Dwight York, and you thought it was with the Amaral Squad. So I get it. That's your entire identity.
No, but they never thought the Egyptians were black, right? Right. That's what they'll say. Like, nigga, you thought they were like you. But they would never admit
I'm going to do it, Sean.
I'm going to do it, Sean. You wouldn't be in that shit if you thought them niggas looked like them niggas. You thought they looked like you. Ask them that, though. See,
I'm going to do it, Sean, then.
Yeah. Or what?
I'm going to do Unc versus Unc, then. Unc versus Unc. I'm going to do the black African power, the black, black. So we can't now. When I was talking to Unc, and Unc said Wikipedia can't be trusted, I said, Unc, I'm done with you. I said, because you were the main one.
Oh, my God.
Using Wikipedia more than anybody on social media.
That's what I'm saying. Until that shit cut you. Until that shit cut your ass. Then he's like, Sosa, but as he's saying that, I got him an ex-architect in three-way. You know what Unc does? He sent me a goddamn link to Wikipedia. I said, oh, get the fuck out of here. I'm not clicking that shit. You can't send it. You got to get a source. Other than Wikipedia. X can do it, I can do it, you can't do it. You just told me it ain't shit. Nah, man, Wikipedia is man, like niggas act like they can beat Wikipedia, bro. No, they cannot.
No, you can't.
Can't, bro.
Unc said Wikipedia is undefeated.
Now it's like people act like the shit don't got sources no more. You know what I'm saying? They act like the Wikipedia just like ain't no sources in the motherfucker. We just click the sources. You know what I'm saying? like Wikipedia just a nigga now. There's a nigga named Wikipedia. Now I don't listen to nigga Wikipedia. Yeah, that's just crazy.
Nah, it's a fact.
Yeah.
Now I gotta say, it's in Unc 6 points. I see half of them like nothing, but he does. I think too. He two good questions, right? That I will want the opposing side to answer. There are two good questions that he actually proposed. You did, and you guys probably dealt with it before. I don't know. I'm just saying, like 2 out of the 6 was pretty good.
I like the art. Let me tell you what I like. Now, and I think that they presented real good evidence for, and I think the museum also backs that up, is that the flow of the information is coming from the South, right? Like I think when Smash had he was showing the development of the snake, how like through stages becoming, first they weren't intertwined, and then you can see it like that shit was dope. You know what I'm saying? Like he did like a slideshow.
Right.
Like, now I got this. Yeah. Now the snakes are almost intertwined. And he kept going on. I was like, that shit was cool. You know what I'm saying? I was like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's good. That was some dope shit. It was like, good. Like I agree on that flow.
Yeah.
But
now when you say South of what?
just from coming when I say south, it's me flowing from upper Egypt would be the south, going
which would be
into
lower.
lower Egypt.
So now, which is lower. So now, are you? Is he reaching into Sudan?
No. Just in terms of the upper in terms of upper Egypt, it's base.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, in terms of upper going up into the and definitely showing which we agree on the Nubians being
and that's what I'm heading to. Now I don't know if everybody researched the Nubians. Okay, and I don't know if everybody know what DNA is saying about the Nubians. Do you know that the northern Nubian is different from the southern Nubian? The northern Nubian genetically is different than the southern Nubian.
Yeah, but see, then they're gonna be like, they're gonna talk about culture. Yeah, they could have been different different genetic components, but they're gonna talk about culturally they were. See what I'm saying? Because they're gonna they're gonna say DNA can't tell you culture. So even though they were genetically distinct, that don't mean they were culturally distinct. They could have practiced culturally cohesive. Feel me?
Oh my God.
The Nubians did. They were parallel. Like they did something.
No, but you can't. Oh yeah, maybe culture wise, but DNA wise, there's a big distinction.
I'm talking about in his rise to prominence. Like they were like contemporaries. In other words, you feel me? In the beginning, they were contemporaries of each other. So each one they were borrowing from each other. So you find different Nubian elements in Egypt, different Egyptian shit in Nubia. Yeah. So like I said, I mean, it's not. Look, I'm not saying like. I don't think nobody's saying like all Unc's arguments are crazy. No, we just disagree on certain aspects, certain elements.
Yeah.
Certain arguments they make are pretty good, pretty solid.
Yeah, they're legit, and they worthy of investigation. Yeah, certain arguments. Yeah.
Shit. You know what I mean? We just feel like, and we do understand the racism, white supremacy, but we do think sometimes we take it a little too far. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes
I told with me you can't do that.
Yeah, because that leads them to dismiss everything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you can't do that with me. No, let's go to data only. Yeah. No stories, just data.
Yeah.
No opinions, no speculation. What you think will happen, don't give me that. Politics, I don't want to hear none of that. Just give me the data.
Yeah, you should be good show then. Let him lay it out. Let him lay it out and pinpoint his particular arguments and shit.
Yeah.
You know
I mean, like
it gotta be just
some of them.
You know what I'm saying? Like I said, different people come in, but I think that's part of the game too. Like more people be involved,
come different ways.
It adds to the confusion. We can't hone in because it'd be and Reggie who come with different.
Do you know that's what
smash jump on?
Do you know Dr. Khaled?
Huh?
And guess what? Dr. Khaled Muhammad, when he debated Anthony Hilder, which is the white man's devil, he said white folks come different angles, so you can't do what you just said. You can't grab them. They come from all different, directions: east, west, north, south.
I was the goddamn prophet.
Yeah. It's fun.
Yeah, that shit. Look, it's just cool, bro. I'll tell you, bro. That shit gonna wear your ass out, bro. They go.
You know what? But I've been listening to arguments outside the community, and I'm gonna tell you, the only people who think black folks are Egyptians are this community. Like the rest of the world don't believe that shit.
Oh no. Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, that's definitely a conscious community.
And I don't trust the conscious community. You dig? At all. They've been wrong on everything.
Yeah, like
they talk bad about Obama. They're wrong about that.
And like I said, I would agree to and I think like I just think when you go too far when you say that the people there are invaders. You know what I'm saying? I think that's like a SAR kind of makes the argument too. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? It's like
but that's the original argument, right? Isn't that the original argument?
For some. Original argument for some.
Yeah, that argument, I think argument is a little more tougher, and I think you're saying Mujawar, if he's saying the same thing. I think the argument is a little tougher than that one. The invader thing, yeah, good luck with that one.
Yeah, I mean, you can't argue. Like I said, the flow, solid. Flow from the upper to the south, solid argument.
Yeah.
Like I said, you can't argue with culture. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like you like that's a non-stop. We can agree to culture. You know what I'm saying? But I think too, like DNA is important. If we start talking about the actual, we try to look and see who they were. You know what I mean? But
yeah, you can't dismiss that.
Yeah, they don't want to really get into who they were genetically. They feel like that's
Bobby Banger in the building.
My brother.
Hey, I see. Hey, how everybody doing, man? I appreciate the dialogue, man. Good.
Okay.
Yeah, Sosa doing. I hear you, Sosa. I see you studying. Sosa ain't let me get away with shit, so it don't matter. Yeah, and I'm biased. None of y'all. Y'all wild for that. But you know what, yo? To be honest with you, yo, I think this is like the crowning jewel of what we all really want to see, man. We just want to see intelligent dialogue dispersed in a certain way we can understand the shit. And y'all two dudes, y'all specialize in saying, come on, yo, let's hear the shit, man. Come on, yo.
Yeah.
Let's be clear with that shit. That's unbiased. So it's like, yo, let the man get it. Come on, Unc, stop that shit. So, y'all been a catalyst in making sure the information been, just let a nigga hear the shit.
Yeah, even
and,
if a nigga
so
wrong.
I learned that. I had to just learn that. Yeah, I appreciate that shit. And then the pseudo killers, man, just the whole show is dope as hell, right? It's just dope because now it's really a scientific environment. What I say is that the challenge is on, and that's all science is. It's the challenge, right? Not. There's no ending point. Like, nigga, I heard you, but how about this? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And now we can do it. The pseudo killers have learned. And me and Unbiased, we've learned to do it without destroying our friendships. It used to be, I ain't fucking with you no more.
Right.
Remember them days?
Right.
Now we can ask man. God damn.
God damn.
Word.
I ain't fucking with you no more. I remember them days, 10 years ago. Like, so, and it's funny because the Umbrella Squad, right? Everybody that couldn't handle it, they just left. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like the dudes is still around, right? They can handle it. It's crazy, man. And but it's really what Europeans understood, that the challenge there, the wealth of information, right? Not being finished with a subject, to keep learning is essential. You know what I'm saying? And just African Americans, we just gotta get back to that. And the conscious community never was a breeding ground to foster that. It never fostered that type of behavior. It really fostered what we would call cult-like behavior. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, if it ain't this way, I ain't fucking with you, nigga.
Right.
You African, everything is African. And if you challenge it, you out the tribe, nigga. I remember. Yo. Yeah, and I'm just saying these days, man, we've grown, man. And the pseudo killers, man, so I'm gonna say this, and I really mean this shit. Like me, I'm from not the old school, but the old school in terms of what we talk about now. Like I felt that shit, right? So I had an allegiance to certain things, and just being around people a little more younger, right? And a little more pushing for science. You know what I'm saying? That it forced me, to throw my feelings behind. Like, I'm biased, don't give a fuck about your feelings. He a nut with that shit. I'm like, come on, yo. Like, on some real shit. You be like, oh my God, this nigga just said that shit. You be thinking he trying to attack you, but he not. You know what I'm saying? I'm biased, like, I don't agree with that shit. Corey, all them niggas, they be like, come on, yo.
Same with Wu Ja, Smack. Like, so I had to get used to saying, yo, my feelings might be hurt because I think I love Africa. I want to love Africa, but my feelings had nothing to do with it. It's just a scholarship. Assad telling me quick,
right?
Yo, you can't shoot your way, you know what I'm saying, through scholarship. You can't shoot a nigga because he don't agree with you. The nigga with the best gun don't win.
Wow, West.
And that's not the tough. You can't tough you scholarship. You can't be the toughest nigga and everybody agree with you. I just
Quick and
think
the
you're
Dead,
doing a good job.
go watch it.
What'd you say?
The Quick and the Dead, go watch it.
Yeah, I do. Damn, I forgot that. That's what I'm gonna watch this weekend. Quick and the Dead. You got me that shit, yo.
Yeah, you gonna love it, bro. You gonna love it.
You said what? The Quick and the Dead.
Shit. That's my shit right there.
What that's on? Where's it on?
It's a Leonardo DiCaprio, Gene Hackman, Russell Crowe, Sharon Stone. What channel? Like some Western shit. No, you got to get on DVD or Netflix, whatever.
I'm gonna get it.
If you haven't watched it, listen to the names: Russell Crowe, Leonardo DiCaprio, Gene Hackman, Sharon Stone. It's a classic Western movie.
No, DiCaprio is that guy.
It's a must watch. Yeah, so it's, he's never in nothing that's bullshit.
Yeah.
Western. This is a classic, and he's a kid. He's probably, let's say, like 18 to like 22. It was dope, bro. This shit is dope. Classic Western movie.
No, it's not. It's good, but it's not better than A Fistful of Dollars.
Oh, Sweet Peas.
It's not better than what?
Stew peas. I want to get you Stew Peas. I just want to get you Stew Peas. I'm gonna get you Stew Peas. I'm telling you. You lined up, Stew Peas.
Yeah, we're waiting. Because we want it to win. It's not beating up. We want it to win. Because we know that you're like Incredible Hulk. You're like Bruce Banner. Don't get your angry because you're coming with the knowledge with that.
You gotta slow down that accent. I understand shit you just said, yo. God.
I'm just saying that Uncle's like Bruce Banner. Remember Bruce Banner? The Black and White show? Who turned into the Incredible Hulk? When they get angry, I'm turning Bruce Banner because I'm going for that knowledge. Coming back.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back. You know what's the trick, man? That argument, just the wholly different argument, man, has actually, I mean, if you look at it, it's progressed. And it's progressed out of a lot of situations. A lot of times when we were trying to correct black guys, we didn't really make we over adjusted, we oversteered. So and us not wanting to promote black algae, right? What I seen was we left the racism part out of it, because a lot of times for us to see, we need to see, you gotta be able to make that adjustment on race. Like you can't let the racism carry your ass over the line. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta say, okay, nigga, you can't keep using that car don't even fit right there. Dang. Like a black person can be wrong and a white person can be right. You can't say they racist. They white people. They
can be wrong.
Yeah. I had to grow out of that. Like you gotta go out that shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But
and it's been some overcorrections. And it was an overcorrection. Like,
a black person could be wrong. The white person could be right. That's funny.
Like 1 minute niggas be like, the Moors black, then niggas be like, nigga, none of the Moors is black. Like, come on. You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, bro. Some of them were. You know what I'm saying? You gotta come back and
come on, bro.
Hey, Sosa. One time me and Uncle was dialoguing, right? Had like a little debate, and I said something that Unc checked me on, and I dropped that stance. So we was talking another time. He's like, Bias, you said this though last time. I said, Unc, don't sign. I said, Unc, don't science correct yourself. I said, I don't go by that anymore.
Yeah. Hey, that shit's a hard pill to swallow when a nigga do that. Unc got me like that one time. I said, Unc, you said so. He said, hey, so I'm supposed to change them? So I can't. Like you.
Yeah.
Like
you
motherfucker. You got it.
Science correct yourself. Yeah, I dropped that bullshit. I'm scientific. I'm gonna science with science. I don't do that shit anymore.
Yeah, let that shit go, my nigga. Straight up.
Yeah, that's funny. So watch this though. So the only watch this, the real shit is is the Egyptian argument started the foundation of scientific racism. You know, that's why we all gotta be careful with that one, bro. I'm gonna tell you now, yo, you still got people hanging around hard. The older Egyptologists, yo, they looking at you, oh, that's the Mediterranean. They stuck with that shit. They ain't grown in they stance, right? The Nubians, the term, the sub-Saharan African, man, they not even trying to use that shit no more, yo, in the museums. They be like, man, stay away from that shit because they realize how just crazy it starts to sound. So, and my point is, so if the Nubians are sub-Saharan African, watch this. And the old Nubians, right? The cattle culture, right? That was adopted in North Africa and Egypt came from them. So now you stuck with, oh shit, these niggas is practicing a sub-Saharan African culture in North Africa. Now you stuck, oh, the damn Egyptians is practicing a sub-Saharan African cultural religion. Oh shit, now you stuck. Now you acting like, how do people transmit ideas? Normally they get together and the males and the females, they fuck. That's normally what happens. Anytime you transmit ideas back and forth, the males and the females gonna get together. So now, if you just stood up there and argued to the top of your lungs that there's no sub-Saharan Africa, then you're in trouble now, because I'm just trying to figure out how do they transmit culture, right? So them older Egyptologists realized they was tripping. Now, if you realize that they coming out the Sahara, how can one population be sub-Saharan African and the other population be not? I can tell you, you just stand up at the map with the army behind you and draw a fucking line. That's all you gotta do. And there you go, voila. You can magically move Sudan back and forth. 1 minute is in North Africa, 1 minute is in the Middle East, 1 minute is sub-Saharan Africa. That's all you gotta do. Have a political social map. That's all you gotta do. Yeah, just be in charge of that area right now. That's all you gotta do. So I recognize that shit throughout. I said, yo, let me sit down. Why is niggas fighting? Let me see. Yo, and I figured out the pieces, yo. I know when not to overemphasize. I know when to get off the gas. I know when to hit the gas. Yeah, I'm telling you, like, and I'm gonna tell you what everybody gotta do. If we're having a biological conversation about living organisms, drop the word black. Get off that. Yeah, if you hound to top your lungs, this is black, this is white, then you're gonna get judged by that. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, what do you mean? What are you saying? We know what black is. Okay, yeah, do you? I don't think so. Right? So if we're saying that black range in all colors in the spectrum, from the lightest to the darkest, and can have all color eyes, then really all you said was that Africans on the continent proper are that. Because that's really, there is no one way to look African. So I just stays away from it. They're not using that in the museum. They're not saying they black, right? They was trying to get rid of that in the Cairo Symposium. And I'm going to do a whole show on the Cairo Symposium and how 99% of the quote unquote conscious community and black people that do these blogs, you can look it up, how they all got this shit wrong. And it's right there in front of everybody's face. So I'm just saying that the conversation itself, yo, is very interesting shit. And niggas can holler, oh, you know, the North Africans is different Africans. Now all of a sudden, the North Africans, now everybody is different. Now we slowly but surely going right back into separating niggas back into races again without even knowing. And it's called race science. Come on, man. You know, so I could play the game. Homo sapiens sapiens, Rift Valley. They all up and down the Nile Valley. How I know? Because Diaz was arguing niggas. In 1974, the white boy was like, what? Ain't no Homo sapiens sapiens on the Nile Valley. Yeah, but now they found all the, of course. So now if you arguing that people never left, right? Watch this. Check this out. Oh, man, them people never left. Them same people that's there now is there today. Okay, then let's play the never left game. Then the motherfucking Homo sapiens, the original ones never left. You cannot have it both ways in this conversation, yo. You can't say that the population never left and then turn around and say the population left. I'm gonna slow it down. You can't say that the population left. Didn't leave, right? And then when I mentioned Homo sapiens sapiens, it's 200,000 years, right? 75,000 years, right? Now all of a sudden they left. But from that point going forward, nobody decided to leave. It doesn't make no sense, right? Human migration doesn't work that way. No one stands at a line and look at it. Human beings are bipedal habitual, right? They walk, they fuck. It's the whole 9 yards, right? They not sedimentary. They migrate back and forth. They follow the animals. They follow the vegetables, right? They live, they die. They live, they die. They mutate, they transform. But 99% of human beings genetically are the same. So they ain't never mutate that far away from each other. Never. The things that you see, right, is really the fucking skin, the alleles, the variations, the hair color, the skin color, the eye color, the shit that don't really, the small part of it, with 99.99 the same. That 1 point is the fucking hair color and the skin color. That's it. So whatever, niggas. That's what I'm gonna say. Culture is king around this bitch.
Uncle, I need help from you. I cannot understand something, and I need you to explain it to me, please. Earlier one day in the week, you was talking to a young lady, and
who, me? Me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Was talking to Sister Napaya or some.
Yeah, I supposed to have a conversation with her today. She running a little late. She needs to get beat up real quick. She needs it.
The scientific theory came into play, and somebody said scientific theory can be debunked, or
oh god, a Hebrew girl.
It can be debunked.
And my problem is that I cannot understand, because then I drew reference to Newton and Einstein and the law of relativity. While Einstein may have appeared to debunk Newton, it's basically a better explanation for what was occurring. For gravity, Einstein gave a better explanation for gravity than what Newton gave, because Newton was looking at gravity from a set perspective, and Einstein was looking at it from a universal perspective. But both explanations could be mathematically proven.
Right.
Was it debunked or was it added to?
Yeah,
that's what I need to ask you.
Yeah, Einstein added to it. You said it.
So is scientific theory debunked, or somebody come with a better explanation?
That's what that's what when a scientific theory is solid, that's what you're able to add to it. You add to it without having to tear down the whole theory. You know what I mean? That's what the theoretical part is. It's like the theory is the other pieces of the puzzle that gets added to it without tearing down the theory. If the new explanation doesn't fit, then the theory has to be thrown out. See what I'm saying? If you can add to it.
Because people still, if Einstein theory supersede Newton theory, why do they still use Newton? Why people still use Newton today?
Shit, now we need Dan Corey for that one to get more breakdown.
Yeah, if Einstein came with a theory that was but debunked Newton to explain gravity, but yes, it was still using Newton theory.
Huh?
Was it fully debunked?
No, gravity is a law, yo. That's different. It's a law of gravity.
Yeah, but it's really like a theory law. It's like both, sort of.
But I would like you to give examples of what theories were debunked.
Yeah, I don't think theories are debunked. I think they get updated. You know, because if you look at chemistry and you look at the electron cloud, they didn't understand it. They thought electrons orbit the nucleus like the planets do the sun. But then I forgot the chemist's name, but he is known as the father of chemistry because he actually connected all the dots. But he showed that electrons do not orbit the nucleus like the planets. An electron could be anywhere at any given time, at any moment.
Yeah, he explains the spin
They don't
cycle.
have they're not organized.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the theory, if the only way you can change, the only thing that the theory gets thrown out is if new information comes about that cannot strengthen the theory. That you got to make it. Once you got to change, once you put parts in that engine and that engine don't run properly no more, you got to break the whole shit down. But
it's gone.
Yeah, I mean, but you can add to the engine. Like the theory is made to bring in more information because that's why it's still a theory. You know what I'm saying? Because you're still getting pieces, you're still getting information.
Right. Yeah.
And you just keep adding to it.
Yeah. Yes. So now the electron shell is no longer a theory. Like this is it. Like what they know about it, that's it. And that electron could be anywhere, any given time. So you're called the father. I had to show Uncle Lo something, like why they call the father. You're not called the father because you started. You're called the father because you finished it. There's no more doubt. You put it all together.
Right. Right, because when we look back in history, we see all the different folks that had different concepts of natural selection, but didn't hammer the shit home. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, you are just contributors. You are not the father. So you connect it all and make sense of it, and it's done. We get it now. That's how you're the father. According to our standards in America, by the way.
That's how we rock it with it. I mean.
Yeah, that's how we do it. So because me and Unc discussed, he had a hard time accepting that. So I'm like, yo, that's just their rules. Like that's how they do it. It just makes sense to them. Like you're not the father because you started. You're the father because you put it all together. You made sense of it. There's no more doubt. No more questions. This is what it is now.
Yes, to please that gravity and black hole. That's Corey shit right there. He'd love that kind of shit.
Yeah, it's another guy on the serial killer. I heard that was that he appeared sometimes.
Anthony.
He is that Vance?
It's Anthony. Vance know a lot about this too, but the guy you been hearing on the panel is right, Anthony Bowman, the nigga with the telescope and shit.
Okay, yeah, I knew somebody knew.
Yeah, he got a real good.
I was impressed. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, him. I'm impressed. Like he dropping some good information on that.
Yeah, he wanted me. That nigga made me want to get one of the telescope. We started talking like that. You know what I'm saying? Now they got me wanting to see into the goddamn cosmos and shit.
Yeah, man, science. Interesting. You know, Galileo went blind.
Huh?
Because Galileo went blind because he was on house arrest. He couldn't access certain things he could. So he kept looking into the cosmos trying to figure shit out and went blind.
Yeah, that nigga paid that price.
Yep.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. Like back in the day, like nigga had to die, but nigga had to die by that science shit. Like nigga, Galileo changed that shit. Nope. Like,
right.
We're gonna lock you up. Well, that's what it is, then.
Yeah. I'm saying, and look, if we were not black, if we were not blackologists, we would respect the hell out of that.
Yeah, that nigga
these guys are getting killed, bro.
You gotta do a change your theory, bro. Nope.
Right, yeah, that ain't revolutionary.
Like, damn. Cause I can see how nigga, I'd have been like, look, all right, fuck it, bro. Y'all stay done. I don't give a fuck. Let me out. You know what I'm saying? I gotta go chill about that. Like,
he said no.
Like, nope.
Hey, Galileo had knew a pope, and he had convinced the pope on this shit. But then the pope got backlash from the church, and then he dropped it. But Galileo had convinced the pope to start pushing science.
Yeah.
see, but I believe if black people in the community, not black people, you know, overall, because they're not like the conscious community. Because when I talk to people about Umar, they have no idea who this nigga is, bro.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, oh, that's just our thing. I'm like, that's our thing. So if people in the conscious community, if they were to do real research and they read some white history, some Greek shit, they're gonna drop a lot of their biases, bro.
Look, I'm pretty comfortable that nobody in my immediate family knows who Dr. Umar is. Never heard of him. You know what I'm saying? I've never even had a conversation with any of them about Dr. Umar and shit like that. It is funny because they're like staples. It is good. Like, you got to know.
Right. Yeah. They're like, who? and that's what keeps my sanity, to not going crazy on these lives. Because I'd be like, I don't give a fuck, because the rest of the black community, they don't even know who this nigga is. So I'm good.
Yeah, man. You got to keep that perspective, man. You can't let YouTube make you think that this is a real black community. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, it's a small.
I was thinking that. I was thinking everybody accepted this.
No, right? Like, I don't even know Moors in my real life. Matter of fact, I met one person that reason I found out that she wasn't Moor, she didn't even a Moor, but her father was, right? Because I saw her driver's license, her last name was Bay. I'm like, Bay? Like, you a Moor? She's like, nah, my daddy was on that dumb shit. It's like, all right.
Just how she said it? Wow.
Yeah, like, that daddy was on that dumb shit, all this Bay shit. But I didn't even go into it. She has no idea the whole shit that goes with it. You know what I'm saying? She was like,
yeah, okay. Yeah. There's a football player named Bay. It's pretty good, receiver.
I think I need to talk about it.
He's for the Lions or somebody. He's pretty good. But I doubt he's into that.
The nigga for the Lions named Amon Ra.
Oh, yeah, that's another one. Yeah, that's another one. Yeah. Okay, there's a receiver named Bay. This guy named Amon Ra, right. Yeah, I doubt they into that shit, bro.
Yeah. That nigga named Amon Ra. Like, yo, hey.
Okay.
If his name Amon Ra, yo, his mom is like, you know what I'm saying? Her mom is, dude, that's like mom.
Okay, I remember that's not. It's so. I remember it's not football. It's basketball. It's the Pistons. It's Sadiq Bey.
Sadiq Bey. I heard that
nigga. He's pretty good.
Damn, I heard that
nigga pretty good
a bunch of times too, and they ain't pay no attention to the Bey shit. I
think he scored 50 one time.
Yeah. He mostly a 3-point shooter. I'm gonna look this nigga up now. Now I want to know if he into the Moore shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. Now be right though. Like, they just got the name, but they don't follow after their dad or mom. They be into their own shit. But they Google it, but that shit fake. They go their own way.
Yeah, they get older, be like, man, you run around and talk about like, I'm trying to go to college at Duke.
Right.
Okay, guys. Y'all nigga play. He went to Villanova. Like, come on, bro. Like, nah.
You a sovereign citizen. Now you got to get your money from your Social Security. They got your money. You on the stock market.
Yeah, nigga, like, I can't pass no goddamn curriculum when he talking about this goddamn bullshit. I failed my SATs.
Nah. Yeah. Have you been watching? Do you watch Tariq Taharka Bey?
Every once in a while, if he pop up with some shit, I feel like that piques my curiosity. I might.
Okay. Yeah. He exposed the hell out of the black, the fake boots on the ground niggas. Oh my God, bro. He been inviting them more in there, bro. All they do is fight with each other. They have sex with each other. He's a scam artist. It's like the black, militia groups.
Yeah.
And they beef with each other, bro.
Yeah.
But these are the people these are the people who's gonna save us though. Like their equipment's outdated. The nigga took a picture with a rifle.
That's why I'm like, that's all a hustle, man. That's why it's like, it's hard for me to trust any program. any of them. You know what I'm saying? Because there's such a bad stigma that's with so many of them. I'm gonna take a chance that you're that one. You know what I'm saying? I know 15 fraudulent ones. I'm supposed to have faith in that,
right.
that you're the one. Like,
yeah. Nah, yeah. I became a pessimist with this shit right here. I'm like, nah, I'm good. Once I hear that familiar language, I'm good. Like it's like a bill collector. No, it's like one of those scammers that call you, the phone scams. You need car insurance? No, I'm good.
right.
The black woman's God, and I'm good.
Every time I get a new number, the niggas get my goddamn number. Niggas fine.
Yeah, this one nigga slick, yo. He be hitting me up with numbers that's like in my area code, like it's like a real call.
Nigga, they got
different numbers.
They got the nigga that on Facebook that be using your family mailers and shit, through messenger shit. Hey, it's your auntie.
Oh yeah, bro. Some dude I know that be on I know from my city. He live in Georgia now, and he be in the chat sometimes. They hacked his shit, bro. He hit me up like, "Yo, this is my license." Like he showed me a real license. I'm like, "Okay, fuck that mean? Like they ain't gonna convince me or nothing." Okay, you show me your license. What about it? You just send me $2,000. I could get you 30 grand back. Nah, man. So you show me your license, so I know it's you. If I seen $2,000, I get 30 grand back. All right.
Yeah. That's why I'll be liking to even accept niggas on my goddamn Facebook friendship shit, bro. Like one nigga sent me.
I got so many niggas in line to invite to accept. I ain't doing it.
Yeah, one dude asked me if I wanted to be a priest and shit. I'm like, I had one person, like she was a girl. I played along for a while. You know, she started talking and shit. I'm like, this motherfucker asked for money. How you doing? Everything good? You know what I'm saying? And then about a week later, you know what I'm saying? He's like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? I really want to come to America. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you send me some.
You want to come to America?
Hey, did y'all get that theory thing straight? The debunk the theory?
Yeah.
Get that straight?
Go back over if you want.
Let me add my point in there real quick. First of all,
he right there, 2 pieces.
Yeah, it ain't a debunk of theory. So first of all,
you can't do that.
Yeah. First of all, for a theory to be replaced, right? The incoming theory has to explain everything, right? That old theory explained, and then add to it, and then they can push out the old theory. A law is different. A law happens so much that they rarely overturn. Like you just don't like a law. That's not. Yeah, it happens so much. So it's not. Like gravity.
That's a rare thing.
Yeah, that's a rare thing.
The law thing, 2 P's is like that don't really happen that much in science.
Yeah. But here's a mistake everybody makes. There's not a hierarchy. So really, a theory explains a law. You get that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, theory explains the law. It's not a hierarchy. Like that's it. That's the final law. Nope. No, it's not no hierarchy. You have theory, you have laws. But theories explains the laws. Yep.
It's interesting when you go ahead and break it down what each one do. I think, but like we're like really scientific illiterate as a community, so we don't know.
Yeah.
But they do different things. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's the whole situation, I keep telling people, is counterintuitive. You know what I'm saying? So you, like the answers you get, it doesn't seem to make sense. It seems to make more sense than humans just popped up fully human like this. It doesn't make sense if I say tetralek, right? The fish that does push-ups. It doesn't, you like, huh? So if I say that human beings are a storehouse, right, of history, you're like you're a walking museum of all the things, you know what I'm saying, that's a part of you. And you be like, what? It doesn't make sense. Because in terms of geological time, we can't even comprehend that. It's not like, Hebrews and religious people say, well, what before the Big Bang? I'm talking about who gave birth. You be like, dude, that's forever. That's eternal. Why are you talking about before forever? It makes no sense. 13.5 or 13.4 billion years, that's forever. You know what I'm saying? You sitting here badgering me on what happens before forever is ridiculous. It doesn't, you know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. And then if I say that everything look like its mother, right? Meaning nothing looks different than his mother. People wouldn't even understand that. Yeah, they wouldn't. Yeah, it wouldn't. You wouldn't get that. Like everything looks like its mother and its father. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Over 7 million years, or you know what I mean. You wouldn't get that.
I don't know why she fucked up.
Yeah, you wouldn't get that. So like Dawkins explains it. He said, "Yo, we had a stack of cards going 1.5 million years, generations, right? And each card, right, represents a mother and a father. If you was to pull one card behind each other, right, you would see that thing looks like the thing in front of it or the thing behind it, right? But if you start skipping, go 1 million years, go 1,000 years, it'll start look different.
Right.
Yes. You know what I mean? Then you see it look different.
Here's your card, sir.
Thank you.
Just one more on that other bag, okay?
All right.
Yeah. You were the first person to explain that to me right there.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And, it's a trip, yo. I get it. But I mean, I get that. You know what I'm saying? Like when you read the books, you'll get it, yo. You just looking at pieces of the shit. You looking at Homo sapiens, and since shit, the hardest thing in the world to do is to find a fossil. So you just looking at pieces, right? In the chain. You'll never but if every fossil was left, you put that shit together, you would say, God damn, okay. All right, like a person just don't, you know what I'm saying? Like Homo sapiens just don't pop up.
Like another
Nope. Yeah, do the ranch. Rest. Oh, you're killing me. I'm trying to get a salad. I've been dressing. Yeah, but anyway, so I mean, the whole conversation is a trip, yo. Now I'm supposed to be going to the sister show and having a conversation.
Well, when they ask what happens for the Big Bang, like to even answer that question, you got to ask them, what's the Big Bang?
Yeah, they don't even. Yeah, come on.
Man. Yeah. You cannot answer the question if they don't know what the Big Bang even is. The Big Bang is the expansion of space. What happened before the Big Bang? Nothing. There's no expansion.
Right.
There's a tiny. Yeah. And look, it's actually called nothing. It's actually called nothing scientifically. Yep. It's called nothing.
Yeah.
But again, like right, which is actually something. Which is actually something. So that's why like the people that ask these questions, they're not ready for an actual answer. Because you gotta first understand what the Big Bang is.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's a trip, yo. Say that's funny, yo. Nothing ain't really nothing. And then we talk about the closed systems, right? What is it, yo? The closed systems and
isolated, open.
Isolated, you know what I'm saying? So what's the universe isolated,
which they have no clue about.
Is isolated.
The universe is a closed system. Universe is closed.
It's a closed system. The Earth is an isolated system, right?
The Earth is open.
It's open, so matter can come out in and out or something. What is it? How it go?
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
No, you got it. In and out. Yeah. No, you got it. Things we can influence space. That means we can send things out to space, and space can send things into our atmosphere, which is sunlight. That's one right there. And meteorites, rain, all that type of stuff. Like things could come into our atmosphere and into our actual planet. We're an open system. Isolated system, the example to give for that is a boiling pot of water or your mug. When you buy those insulated mugs, that's isolated system.
Facts.
That means things come in, but things don't go out.
Right. Mm-hmm. Right. So again, the universe is a cold system. And everything that's needed to produce everything
always been here
was already there. Yeah.
All right. Nothing left. Nothing left. Nothing comes in. No souls leave. No souls come in.
I mean, God can't make it because he can't. That's just funny, yo. Either God is inside us to create, you know what I'm saying? Is already here. Oh, that's funny. Let me stop that shit.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I tell people, Pastor, what's his name? Pastor, you debated?
Pastor Bennett.
Yeah, Pastor Bennett only lost twice. And that was you and Asar. He beat everybody up.
Yeah, he beat everybody up. Yeah, he beat him up. They was trying to, oh man, he beat everybody up. He was just out of his league, yo.
Yeah,
As long as you can
stay
transmit
in that
science, you can get them.
Yeah. Stay in that book.
Yeah, you stay away from that book.
Yeah.
You know what though, yo? You know what Unbiased Man made me see though, yo? Most people don't even know that shit. He be like, yo, just calm the fuck down, nigga, and be your shit gotta be your accuracy gotta be there on shit at times. That shit be funny as shit. Unbiased a fool nigga. I be like, but Unbiased, yo, you like a Monday morning quarterback, nigga. I be having to tell him that. You know what I'm saying? That's why I tell people with each conversation on a subject, I get better and better. Because you know, like science, you can make adjustments. You can realize, okay, I wasn't accurate. I could have transmitted that better. You know what I'm saying? Okay, like boom, you can make those. Yeah. I mean, it is weird. Like if I could do that debate again, you know what I'm saying, in New York, Harlem, you know what I'm saying, we'd be way much better.
Oh man, we would have wiped them. Oh yeah, where we're at right now, it would have been a clean sweep.
Yeah. But we had to go through the bullshit. We had a lot of obstacles. And we still did well. You know what I'm saying? We did. I'm telling you.
Yeah. The fast minute rounds was clever by them.
Yeah. Oh man.
That was clever because it didn't give us enough time to actually rebut. It was very, like, Asar is actually talking. They're like, time's up. Why you still?
Yeah, they did it on purpose though.
He's still talking. They're like, time's up. Like shit.
Yeah, they did all they could do. They still lost with all that, but the accuracy would have been better. Yep, I went back. I was like, oh man, okay. Oh yeah, we the guy. Oh man, yeah.
The Harlem debate. I think we did the best we could have given the circumstances.
Yep, that's real.
Yeah, we did the best we could given the circumstances. Speed rounds, you know, everything was, you know, based off their terms. Yeah, so given that, we did the best we could do. But when you had my man explain Wilder, when you had him tell he got his kids vaccinated, it was over.
Yeah, it was over with. Yeah. They fell on their sword a couple times. That shit was funny.
Well, it was over because he said my argument is that they could be safer. And Asar was like, so safer just means more safe. Yeah. So you're basically saying they're safe.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
The debate's over.
That debate was over, yo. He killed them with this old car safe. You know what I'm saying? It's safe. What is more safe? I mean, you innovate, you make it better. That was a trip. I mean, it's safe.
A bulletproof vest is safe, but it could be safer.
Yep. Yeah, it killed him. Yeah, Wilder was just trying to, I don't know what the fuck Wilder. I think he hadn't found his niche yet. I think he found his niche now. We caught that nigga.
His niche been debunked. Well, Wilder he's been officially debunked. Like he's out of there.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Of course he's out. Yeah, he's out of there, man. We didn't talk on the phone. I done beat him up on the phone. I just never understood how a person who got a degree in evolution. I was like, yo, come on, yo. I just don't understand it, yo. I never you playing on purpose, yo. I'm not saying the vaccine thing. I'm saying they just should be safer. He stuck with that, didn't
he? Yeah, it's like but science has a cap. Technology has a cap. I mean, we wish airplanes could be safer, right? Could airplanes be safer?
Yeah.
Right, but guess what? People still crash.
Yep.
Right. I mean, we would love everything to be safe proof, but that's not the case. Technology and science has a cap on it.
Yeah. Because human error always played a role in it. The motherfuckers, you ain't did the inspection you're supposed to do because you was arguing on the cell phone while you spoke. You missed something.
I Googled the side effects to sea moss, moringa, all the other shit, and their side effects are just as dangerous as any vaccine, and the percentage is the same.
No, it's just bullshit. And this shit don't work.
And it don't work. And it doesn't work.
Yeah, god damn, you going taking the same, like, the fuck is going on here? Shit.
Yeah, so there's no one miracle drug.
Peace, brothers, peace.
Yes, but I need to tell Unc before him leave. I need to tell Unc before him leave because I never actually ever tell him. That debate that you did, was great because it debunked the racism that those white people came with. They came into the black community believing that they can speak any bullshit to an uninformed black audience. And the information that you gave them debunk the racist attitude. Because they had some kind of, if you look at the faces, they weren't expecting to get the lights knocked out like that. They were expecting to come with any bullshit. But when you came with proof and you explained and you talked about measles and you even showed the pictures with it, and it's like, I said, these people, these people are disrespectful, And it's almost like if I can bet you any money, they ask you where you went to school. They tell me that they never asked you.
He thought Unc was a scientist.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? Didn't they ask you where you went to school, Unc?
Yeah, sure did.
Because I had racist.
Told the nigga I stayed at the Best Western Hotel.
Yeah, they didn't expect it. And that is what I enjoyed most about that debate. That if it was cricket, you bowl them completely. You strike them out.
Oh, yeah.
Strike them out. 3 straight balls, strike them out. It was a wonderful debate. But then you had to come back into our own community and deal with bullshit. Which caused me to say, that was a problem.
Crazy. Yeah, that was, you know what? I had to, it's the darndest thing, right? Like we went to the top of the food chain. Yeah, because them dudes, man, Del Big Tree and them, they was the top of the food chain. Like you don't get no
Yeah.
Yeah, you just
They are the fathers.
Yeah, that's it. They the ones.
Yeah, they are the fathers.
They the ones. Like, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. You know what I'm saying? He the financer. He's an anti-vax. Wilder. Yeah, we went to the top of the food chain and went and got him. All jokes aside, and people don't realize that. That's why I was saying, man, like, and then there was a lot of people in there, like, Bob was like, yo, I ain't expect all these damn people. I was like, yeah,
that should call me off guard, bro.
Yeah, I said, this the big stage. This the
that caught me off guard.
I said, this the bright lights right here, yo. That's why I tell people, I say, yo, the bright lights is different, yo. It's just different. Like Garfield had to make an adjustment. Garfield had to make an adjustment.
Yeah.
Like, I was like, Garfield, look, nigga.
They caught him off guard, They caught him off guard.
Yeah. It was a big mixed crowd too, right? It wasn't just black people; it was a little bit of everything in there, right?
It was more white than anybody.
It was more white than anybody.
White that big up.
It's a little white people's a little bit different, yo. They're a little more hostile, a little more unforgiving, a little more.
Oh my God, yo, they disrespectful, man.
Yeah, that was worse than any black crowd. They was different.
Like, they was very disrespectful as we were talking.
Disrespectful, but they, you know how you underestimate a motherfucker though, and your man, Del Bigtree, he actually his strong point. That the shit he did the strongest, right, was my strong point, right? So when he started barking, when he was quiet and chilling and sitting down, right, you know what I mean, it had us off guard for a minute because I was like, damn, yo, everybody, the crowd, there was a lot of people, and I was like, I was good, but it was so many motherfuckers. Saul was trying to get his mind right for it. Fucking Garfield was caught completely off guard because I just pulled him out the audience. Because Dr. Mayock couldn't come, he didn't know, so he wasn't prepared, right? And I only think Garfield was ready for that many people not being prepared. Like you gotta have a game face.
I didn't know. I came in late.
So the headlights look right.
Everybody.
I didn't even know Garfield came for the audience. I didn't know that because he was already when I got there, he was already on the stage.
He came out there.
Oh, so you pulled him from the audience.
Yeah, so I was the only one with that type of game experience, right? With that being around that many motherfuckers, like the Kim on trial, yo, motherfuckers was hanging off the rafters, yo. So, you know what I'm saying? So I had that kind of experience. So I said, yo, just let me hold on until everybody get warm the fuck up. And then Del made the key mistake. This white boy stood up and started talking that shit, talking slick. I was like, we can stand up now? I said, oh, all right, nigga, good, nigga. Now you got it. Dog killing effect. Now it's over with. Yeah, he
I remember
fucked that
that.
up.
Right?
Oh yeah.
He had
Unk mashed him and raised him.
He crunk it up then, right?
Yeah. Then I start joking motherfuckers in the audience and shit, talking shit. I was like,
Unk stole the crowd.
Yeah, yep. Got y'all.
But I ain't gonna lie. Del Bigtree was good though. He was really seasoned.
Yeah, he was seasoned.
Yeah, that motherfucker was on that mic for like a natural.
Yeah,
but you know that was. But you know that was some conscious community payback for how y'all treated Mary Lefowitz. the heckler.
That's funny.
Yeah, they was trying. Hey, yo, but guess what though? I'm gonna tell you, man. And this, I'll never forget this. Del Bigtree came up to me after things he said, "Yo, I'm gonna tell you this for real, yo." He said, "To this point, nobody has ever been able to match me like that." He said, "I'm gonna give you that," and he shook my hand. He said, "I'm gonna give you that." Yeah. And then white people came up. They was like, "You know what? I wasn't sure if I was anti-vax. Yo, just give me the information you got."
Yeah. Listen, y'all won't believe how much respect that they was giving us. I remember this one white lady was like cussing Garfield out. So Garfield was like, he's left alone. I took over, and they relaxed. Like they kind of calmed down, and yeah, man.
Yeah, them people, that was motherfucker. Everybody learned something there. That motherfucker did. The shit didn't end the way motherfuckers thought it was, yo. The white people was like, oh shit, really? Motherfucker was like, hold on, yo, I got this. I'm just want to know the truth. Motherfuckers start saying,
facts.
Oh shit.
Because you got to remember.
Behold, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Now I was gonna I was gonna say, and lo and behold, what almost a year and a half later, right? A year and a half later, everything that you guys were talking about in real life hit us, right?
Not a year and a half later. That was 3 months.
No.
Really? It was like right after.
Yeah.
No, y'all.
Yeah, right after.
The virus was in that. The virus was in that building day.
At that point.
That? Yeah, that was December.
Oh, December.
Yeah, that was December 15th. The country shut down. Look, hey, Brendan, that was December 15th. The country is officially shut down. That was December 15th. The country is officially shut down in March.
Wow.
About 3 months. Pandemic happened.
Drinks out the car.
Poured it.
Like Unc said, the virus in that building.
And Stu, I wanted to address something that you asked as well between Newton and Einstein when you guys get a chance.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And the pandemic still exists. People is pushing it under the rug, and they don't understand how this pandemic, how this virus is evolving on almost a daily basis. And people still don't believe in evolution. This virus comes to teach us, and we're not learning. We get one of the greatest teachers in the form of this virus. And our people still not learning.
Yeah, that's a great point because, when the first virus happened, the kids were unaffected to a large degree. But the Omicron is affecting kids now. The Omicron is all in the kids' system, fucking them up. Yeah, so it has evolved to a degree where now the kids are getting it just as much as we're getting it.
Right. So we get the greatest teacher, and we're not learning. The greatest teacher is supposed to be an enemy, and we're still not learning as a people. We still have this people. There's people in the conscious community who does not believe in germ theory, who does not believe in evolution.
Just one person.
Who don't believe in evolution, who don't.
Yeah, it's a handful of them. They're religious. Like most religious folks don't adopt evolution. Actually, I'm lying. Some of them do. Like Divine Prospect accepts theistic evolution, and I don't got a problem with that because that is basically accepting evolution. You just say God controlled it. I don't got a problem with that. I'm not debating that one.
I ain't listening to him, man. I done beat him unconscious with that shit. They need to do something. But look, I gotta go.
Well, he addressed it.
Gotta get over here and talk to this Hebrew chick.
All right.
Shit. So if
Tell
y'all can, man, stop by the channel, man. I forget the name.
What's the name of our channel?
Who is it? Who is it?
Oh man, it's called
Naphtali. She named
Yeah,
Naphtali. I don't remember the name of the channel.
Yeah, I think she debated Garfield one time or some crazy shit.
But she's
Okay,
crazy.
that name sounds
She's going.
familiar.
She's going to spin all over the place.
Nah,
Try
I'm
to
not
hold
doing,
on.
I'm not doing. I ain't doing all that. I told her right now, we ain't doing all that, yo. I ain't even trying to look. You're not doing that. You're not howling at me. You're not doing none of that. No, you're not gonna put me in a position where I cuss her sister out. Don't do it. We ain't doing all that.
Is that the same lady that was on the Pseudo Killer channel a few days ago? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. We're gonna have a conversation, right? I got about 100 slides. I put together 100 slides just in case. All different, you know what I'm saying? Just in case, right? I ain't gonna go too complicated, but it's gonna be fun and everybody gonna learn. I mean, we teaching tonight. That's what we doing. She thinks she beat me up. She ain't doing that shit. I'm coming. They over there waiting for me. You let them wait on. You know how you make them wait on the champ, yo. Wait.
What's the name of the channel? What's the name of her channel?
Did
you make them wait?
Did Tamika just put it in the chat?
Yeah, somebody's playing. On clock.
All
right, when y'all finish over here, man, come on through, y'all.
We'll come over there. Come support.
They're gonna be in the chat acting crazy. They think they got something. They don't.
Yeah, Brendan. What was it? What were you saying about Einstein and Newton?
Yeah, because I think earlier you mentioned in terms of like debunking scientific theories, scientific laws, right? And that, sort of Einstein was, I guess you would say, the successor of, gravitation and all the things we know about the universe, right? And we said, okay, well, in that terms, like, what did Einstein debunk in terms of Newton, right? So, but the thing is like science doesn't really talk about, those two people in terms of like one debunking the other, because what they really say, right, is that general relativity, right, everything that Einstein predicted or he discovered was in terms of what Newton knew. Newton was a foreshadowing of general relativity in terms of what he understood about the universe, right? So if you go back to Newton, when you talk about classical gravitation, right? He talks about, okay, well, all particles have, everything that has mass everything that has mass has a gravitational field, right? So and everything that sort of goes along with this, we're talking about, okay, well, you have a gravitational field, and then we talk about the motion of the planets and heavenly bodies, all these things which really weren't debunked by Einstein, right? So, but there's caveats, right? In terms of what Newton understood, he didn't really talk about the universe as being four-dimensional like Einstein does, right? Right. Einstein says that, okay, well, there's another element, we call it space-time, right? That's I guess you would say, an addition to that theory, right? And there's also, in terms of how Einstein, how he sort of described general relativity, he says that gravity has an impact on space because it causes a curvature. It can cause a curvature inside of space-time, right? So there's additions to it, but they never say that, okay, well, Einstein debunked any of Newton's, I guess you would say, his postulations or his theories. They really give more credence to Newton based on his limited understanding or the limited tools at the time. He said that he was basically a predictor he predicted general relativity inside of his classical gravitation theories.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah. When you think about it, like the very limited things and the tools that he had at the time, with him being able to understand, the fundamental laws in gravitation, how gravity works, right? In terms, like again, right? He basically described space as being something flat, right? They didn't say, okay, well, space was curved, right? One of the biggest predictors in terms of what Einstein had, I know you guys probably heard about this experiment, is when they had the solar eclipse, right? And then they could actually predict the curvature of space-time based on, some of the light rays that came
from the stars behind the solar eclipse, right?
Exactly. That was the big predictor of general relativity, saying that gravity had an impact on space-time, could cause a curvature in space, right? That's the big thing that in terms of Einstein and his theory of general relativity, was how gravity actually impacted space-time itself, right?
No, the reason why I went to say this is that I was searching for scientific theory that has been debunked, and all the theories that so-called scientific theories that were debunked were never measurable or were never repeatable. Because the thing about Newton's theory is that they were measurable and they were repeatable.
Yeah, for sure.
Just like Einstein's were measurable and repeatable. But if you go to other theories and say somebody took like the theory of cold fusion, the person who came up with the theory of cold fusion, it was never measurable. So that person was the only person who came with that calculation or repeatable. So in the true sense of the nature, it was a theory, but it wasn't a scientific theory.
A layman's theory, exactly. It was a hypothesis.
Yeah, but people, it was a hypothesis. People like to put the term scientific theory to things that are not measurable or repeatable. Right? Some of the law of evolution is measurable. And they use genes to see it now. So that's why it is proven.
Right. And I'll even take it a step further. I know people.
Let me say real quick, guys. Look, peace, y'all, brothers, man. I got to slide out. I'm bye.
Right. Peace,
nice time, bro. Peace, y'all.
Peace.
Like I say, I'd even take it a step further. You know, a lot of times, people say, well, the purpose of science is to falsify, right? Science doesn't really talk like that. That's really, I guess you would say, more of a layman's explanation, because really when you start delving into doing advanced research and talking about falsifying something, right? Really when you say somebody falsified some evidence, they're basically saying that you basically cheated, you made something up. That's a moral issue, right? You're basically saying you faked something, right? Science doesn't necessarily say, okay, well, I'm here to falsify something, right? It's either the experiment was able to be repeated or it was not, right? They don't necessarily have falsified anything, right? If that kind of makes sense, right? Because really scientists say, well, okay, we will never falsify data, right? That's why I say a lot of times we misuse this word falsifying when we talk about science. I don't like using it, right? I think either the experiment is repeatable and it's validity to it, or it's not. You don't falsify anything.
Because that is it. If somebody comes up with a theory and they go into the lab, and fortunately, not all theory can be proven in the lab. Some theory can only be proven through the maths. Right? And if I prove it through the maths and somebody else got the maths and can't prove it, there's an issue. And if 10 more people try and you're the only person who can get the maths right or get the experiment the way you got it,
right?
It cannot be called a theory.
Yeah, and the results,
it's a hypothesis,
right? And your results will say, "Hey, we could not repeat the evidence, or we could not repeat your results." It doesn't say, "Hey, we falsified your claim," or they don't talk like that, So,
right. But a lot of the word scientific theory and debunking a scientific theory. If something is measurable and repeatable, how are you going to debunk it? And I want to know the scientific theory that
you can't.
You can? If it was repeatable?
No, you can't. And that's why that term is not really there. It's like you don't debunk a scientific theory. You add more information. Like technology increases as time, goes on. So technology, a lot of evidence is revealed, but you don't debunk it. You just replace it or update it. But to debunk it is this. So whatever the theories are today, like the Big Bang Theory, to debunk that means you came with a theory not totally, but definitely opposing to the Big Bang Theory. Like a religious creation theory will be debunking it. But it can't take the same information, same evidence. That's not considered debunk. That's just replacing it. Because go ahead.
Einstein added to Newton.
Yeah.
Like what
he added to what was already available.
Right.
So I want to know the theory. Tell me a theory that was measurable, that was repeatable, that was debunked. right? That's all I ask people for all the while. When they use, I said, which theory? Something that was measurable and repeatable. Your theory might not be able to explain everything, but because it was measurable and repeated for that thing, your theory might have limits to certain things. It might, Einstein, Newton's might not be able to tell you what happened on a micro level, what happened with quartz, what happened with string theory. It might not be able to explain how those particles interact with each other, although they are affected by gravity.
Right. And again, just you know, the example is earlier, right? In terms of how Newton and his understanding of space, right? It basically dealt with space as a flat plane that would go in continuously forever, right? In one direction, you would have no curvature anywhere, right? It was that they didn't have the information then, right? They didn't have that understanding that, hey, that you did have curvature in space, right? It wasn't that, okay, well, they were completely wrong about it. Well, I guess you could say they were wrong in a sense, right? But subsequently, after when Einstein added to it. It didn't debunk all the other, I guess you would say, fundamental tenets inside of the classical gravitation, right? All of those fundamental pieces, right, still are hold true today.
But that is it. But yeah, this is a Good Friday. How was last week Good Friday? Did we all celebrate the crucifixion of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? Did you understand did you understand the sacrifice he made when he took the cross to Calgary?
I understand it according to the story of the Bible.
That his blood allow you entrance into heaven.
Yeah, that's what the Bible says. If you're a Christian, that's definitely in there.
Yesterday was when the African Hebrew, whatever his name, was saying that Israel was in Africa. That people of Israel was in Africa.
Yeah, I heard that before. Yeah.
Before, right? And then Sosa was telling me that the Portuguese didn't have guns at the time, and that spears could out the guns. I tell you.
You know what, unbiased? I like the way you opened up earlier, and you were talking about the you say no Negro stuff, and we were saying it's like what are some of the solutions in terms of what's going on in the community. You were saying a revolution of the mind, and that revolution you were saying is fundamental towards education, right? Dude, I couldn't agree more. Right. My biggest thing is like in terms of I guess for us, the greatest tool, right, the impact change that we have is education, right? Now in terms of changing people's outlook of education, adopting it, making sure that they understand the power of that tool, that's a different conversation. I think that's the paramount thing, right? Because for me, if I had to choose one tool, right, to change anything, right, show me someone that's in poverty, show me somebody that's that's being neglected or misunderstood and all these things. That's going to be a person that's undereducated, right? And for me, it's like, hey, dude, you raise your level of education, whether if it's a college degree, technical degrees, any practical education, all of that stuff, right? For me, that's the most powerful tool you have.
Yeah, I agree.
As anything, if I had to pick one thing, that's what I would say. That's it for me, because I know what it's done for me.
Right.
That is so true. That education is one of the best tools.
Breaking up, Stu.
Emancipate our mind.
So you breaking up and you're low.
So education is one of the only tools we have now to emancipate our minds. Right? But we don't use it. And in the black community, it is not celebrated. Right? We don't celebrate black nerds. That's what we need to do.
Nah, yeah, they ain't doing that.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like in terms of like when you say, okay, well, what's the solutions? And you start saying, okay, well, we need to focus on education more. And it's like, okay, I always hear a lot of excuses why we couldn't or why we shouldn't. Well, college isn't for everybody. You're right. College isn't for everybody, but it is for everybody that wants to go to college, right? A technical education isn't for everybody, but it is for everybody that wants a technical education. So those are poor excuses for me. It's like going to a doctor and saying, okay, well, what's wrong with me, doc? Help fix me. He does an examination on you. He says, oh, hey, take this medicine. And you say, well, I don't want to take that medicine. No, the fix is, for me, one of the biggest fixes is education. Until you're ready to swallow that pill and take that medicine, it's not easy, but that's the solution. That's one of the biggest solutions I think we have, or one of the biggest tools we have.
Yeah, and I agree. And the excuse to not be educated, that goes on right now. Any conversation, you bring education, they're gonna have excuses to dismiss it. And I don't know why that's the case, but I'm like, dude, show me a country show me a first world country or a superpower country that's not high in education.
Yeah, for sure.
Education is why they're a superpower.
Dude, I always go back to the whole thing, during Christmas. My favorite show to watch is The Christmas Carol, right? I'm talking about the old school version, Charles Dickens' The Christmas Carol, right? And I remember the episode, or the scene where I guess it's the one of the ghosts pulls back the robe and he has the two kids underneath the robe, right? It's called Ignorance and Want. Ignorance and Want, right? The two siblings, right? They say the two wretched children, right? Those usually they're together, right? Ignorance and Want, right? You see one, you're gonna see the other. You show me a undereducated community, you're gonna show me a poor community. That's a fact, dude.
Dickens. Yes. Now listening, I enjoyed the conversation. I enjoyed the conversation. When I'm learning, I shut up my mouth because I've watched the Christmas Carol so many times, and I've read other Dickens books, and I've never really noticed that. So I have to take it into consideration because that is true.
So another thing that's stupid. Another thing that plagues us, and it happened in my life a few times. I've seen other people's lives as well. Is denial. Okay. I made an example, Brendan, that if you ain't going to college, fine. There's other things to do. And one, we should be builders, right? Because everything you, as the college person, when you go into a business, right, you want to start a business, you're going to need brick and mortar. Somebody got to build that for you. Or if you move into one already there, somebody built that. And why we can't be the builder? So right now in America, you have a lot of builders, and they're very successful. They make a lot of money. I know coming in that business right now. All right. And everybody who owns a house needs something. They got to get it renovated, remodeled. Okay. You have to. You want to increase your value, and you might be outdated. You need your house more modern. Again, it brings value to you. So everybody who owns a house got to add value to it, and to add value, you're gonna need a builder. Okay, that's it. Now, we're not really in the industry. We are in the industry, but not nowhere near as numerous than our counterparts, like white people. So I was saying that, and some guy gonna lie in the chat or in the chat and say black folks are in these Home Depots and Lowe's, and he gonna mention Newark, New Jersey, all places. I'm like, dude, that would be the case because Newark is predominantly black. of course you're gonna see more black people in everything. Popeye, not just Lowe's or Home Depot, Popeyes, Walgreens, hospital. You're gonna see black people everywhere. It's a predominated city. That's not my point. I'm saying on average, if you go to a Lowe's in a city that's like, diverse, you won't see many black people in there. You're gonna see a lot of everybody else in there. And to sit there and lie like that is just, it's just denial, and it's just hurting black people. You see all those trucks and vans, nobody black in those shits. And we're talking about in the well-diverse city. So you'll see everybody else in there. As a matter of fact, anybody, whoever they had home improvement, if you had a licensed, reputable company, tell me your contractor is black. Like, go ahead and lie.
Well, my brother-in-law is a contractor. He's in New York. He's black. He makes
he's licensed?
Huh?
He's licensed?
Yeah, he's licensed. He's licensed.
Okay.
He lives in Connecticut, in Stanford, in a very rich neighborhood. So, right? But we were always deterred from using our hands. That's the problem. We need at least 50 years to get out of the situation that we're in. That's the truth.
Yeah, you was kind of muffled, Supi. I had a hard time hearing you.
Yeah. I'm driving, that's why. My car is low. We need at least 50 years to get out of the
How are you clear now?
Yeah, we need at least 50
60,
years.
you say 60? You say
50.
50? Wow, you're nice and modest. Yeah, I don't see that happening in 50 years, to be honest.
Yeah, we need at least 50 years.
But how is that possible when nobody believes education? Like it's two pieces. I don't know how you see 50 years when you go to an average predominant community. Like we can't even have a serious conversation with anybody. Like nobody wants to even hear their dire situation. Like they don't. Yeah, it's two pieces. Like I did other people that came on my show, the channel. I challenge you to go talk to black people, just random black people about what we're talking about now, and see how many people you are interested. You probably won't get one conversation. So, I mean, like, so, like, what progress do you see?
The thing about black people, why I say 50 years, is that we're a people who follows trend. Look at Jamaica. Jamaica is a strong sprinting nation now because a lot of sprinters found wealth. So other people got inspiration from those people. Like the children of the broke black people are going to be successful and other children are going to follow them. That's what I'm hoping for. Just like I will follow the trend of the drug dealer and the pimp, we might be following the trend of the working man who's successful. When we see that black people can become successful. Because your child is going to be successful, Brendan's child is going to be successful. My child is going to be successful because we're playing a relay. We understand what it needs. And we hope that other people's children will see the success. Because everybody in here who listening to this program now, they're working to have successful children. And you hope that those children will inspire other children to also become successful. And then within 2 generations, we might have a significant change. That's what I'm hoping for. That's why I say 50 years.
Okay. Yeah, right. You got a lot of optimism.
Right, and we got to start early, right, with kids as well, right? It's going to be hard pressed for you to take, a 45, 50-year-old guy and say, hey, here's the importance of education, right? It's like, okay, well, a lot of times you're going to be set in your ways, right? At that point, you are who you are, right? The biggest thing is like, okay, well, how do you start early with the kids, right? To sort of turn that around, right? Because if you can start them early, right, you basically get that ingrained inside of the psyche, right? He's saying, okay, well, you're expected. These are the kind of outcomes that are expected of you, right? It's a given that you're supposed to go to college. It's a given that you're supposed to get technical degrees, right? Going into to STEM or going into auto mechanics or machine tooling or building, like you were saying, these are things that's going to be expected of you, right? You have to start early, in terms of education like that, because you say you just can't just up. That's why in terms of unbiased, what you're saying is like, well, how do you actually turn it around? You can't do it overnight, right?
Yeah.
And a
Yeah.
lot of times you say if
That'd
you
be
don't
dangerous.
start early, it's a waste if you don't start early.
I'm a hypocrite if I didn't say this, and I have to say this because some happened recently that I have to speak on. I hope you can hear me clearly. My niece got into a school, one of those prominent schools, the school that Obama went to. That's the school she got into, right? The school fee is like $70,000 a year with boarding. Going to a school like that almost guarantee you success once you graduate because you have the name of the school. Our plan is to the law. That's the only hindrance now, is that some school we as Black people will not get access to because the cost. And that's why I said 3 generations, because I am not able to pay $70,000 a year for my son. But my son, who got into an all right college, might be able to pay $70,000 a year for his son. Right? Because children of Harvard scholars are almost guaranteed to be successful. Because they're going to go to a Ivy League school. And when you have an Ivy League on your resume, it speaks volumes. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. And we talked about this on one of your previous shows, Unbiased, right? And a lot of this, what it's gonna boil down to it is like, is there gonna be a generation that's willing to sacrifice themselves, right?
Yep.
For that next generation, right?
Yeah, I don't see that.
Everybody may not be able to afford to send their child to an Ivy League school, right? But anybody that makes a decent salary, if you have a kid, right? If you save up, right, between the time they're born and the time they're 18, you can send them to state college easily, right?
Yeah.
And you don't necessarily have to be a wealthy person to do that, but that'll take a sacrifice, right? But a lot of times you say people have to be able to say, hey, I'm going to sacrifice. I'm not going to spend everything I get my hands on. I'm going to actually make money that I'm going to have to make a sacrifice for things I'll never realize for the next generation. Right? Until we can actually come to terms with that, right?
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to see it.
And that's what I don't see from us. But I'm a tutor, and I'm around other tutors, and I see, and I'm around diverse communities, so I see every ethnicity in there, and you have a lot of foreigners. That's a foreigners, blueprint. They don't mind spending it all. They'll spend every dime to get their child educated, way more than everywhere. They spend their children educated around the clock. Around the clock. You got to fit in when they're scheduled. They're so booked.
Yeah, because they know the value of it.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't.
Smart as a man.
It only takes a couple generations, right? And it's just like investment. It's that snowballing effect, right? It's hard initially, but once you get to that snowball, it builds on itself, right? Then, like I say, you can have you've got people that are okay. You had your first state college graduate in the community or in your family. Boom, you've got your first person with an advanced degree. You got your first person with a doctorate, right? And they say then they're gonna raise more educated kids and all that, right? It's that snowballing effect. But somebody has to make that initial sacrifice, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. And like we don't. like for some that's like the only way that could happen is like what Stu P says. There's gotta be a trend that we're just following because we're never on code. We're never on code to actually, agree on something and go ahead and do it. It'll be something unrelated to us but trending, and that's when we'll do it.
Yeah.
But if it involves community participation, forget about it.
Yeah, it's one of the craziest things. Like you sit back and you look at families, right? It's like usually if you see a family, of educated people, usually all of them are pretty much on the same kilter, right? You would say, okay, well, you usually don't see, okay, well, you have a parent or whatever that has a doctorate or a master's degree, and then you have a bunch of dropout children, right, or something like that. You don't tend to see that, or you don't tend to see, okay, you have one child, right, that may be an outlier, right, and then the other ones just don't, right. There are situations like that, but generally that doesn't happen, right. Right. Usually everybody sort of rises with each other inside these families. And that's what we have to do, I think.
Right. The new thing that the other day I mentioned the name already, but I stopped listening to it because the woman who came on this program is that there's a new demand for six-figure black men. Black men who are earning more than six figures. And in our community, less than 10% of black men work six figures annually. Less than 10%. But those dudes who earn six figures legitimately are those dudes who went to college in most of the cases. You have one or two outliers who may have businesses, but the majority are dudes who went to colleges. And we probably need to sell more the idea to our children that listen, forego the pleasures that you think you're having now and make the sacrifices for your future.
Yeah, for sure. And another statistic in terms of, like you would say, net worth of families. Usually, people that are married, right, usually have, a higher net worth than single folks, right? Because of course, together you have, a greater earning power, right? That's another one of those social tools that you can potentially use. Okay, well, if you want to increase, the net worth of the community, right? And I guess, leaning more towards marriage, right? Usually, married families are more wealthy than single families.
Yeah.
That's just one statistic, but that tends to be true, right? That tends to hold, just like home ownership, right? People who own homes tend to have a higher net worth, right? So these are all these things that can actually be looked at, need to be reevaluated.
Yeah, you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me? Am I clear? I got my headphones on. I don't know how clear I am. Am I clear?
Yep, we can hear you.
Right. Like I said, I'm in the business of homeownership stuff. So I get to meet real families or real single people with home problems, right? Single people that bragging about being single, they're struggling keeping up to date with their home. Their homes are falling apart. They're realizing how much this shit costs to keep their homes intact. They can't afford the cost of their home. Home improvement is expensive as shit. You want it done right. Okay, you can buy a couple windows. That's like $8,000. Your deck, you want to get resurfaced. That's 15, 20, probably more. Depending on how big it is. That's $15,000. That's a $15,000 job. Okay, so a lot of shit costs money, right? And when you're single, it's only one income. These single parents, they're having a hard time of keeping their house together. I've been in so many houses giving consultations, giving quote as a consultation to give a quote, and they can't afford shit I'm talking about.
Yeah, the average person doesn't even have a $2,000 emergency, fund, right, to handle anything. You think about it, right? You have a major issue, you have a roof leak or something like that, or you have to replace something major in your home, right? They can't cover it, right?
Yeah, man, you better not have a roof leak.
No, I can't finish that with Brenda. The average family don't have $2,000 in savings account.
I agree. And matter of fact, the stat was 2 years ago, before the pandemic, was not just black people. The average American family don't have $1,000 in their account.
What?
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah. That's everybody in the country don't have the average American have $1,000 in savings.
People live in hand to mouth, And for me, like again, there's no excuse for not saving, right? I don't care who you are. I don't care if you make $25, you can save a quarter, right? You can save something, right? This just comes from people not, it's just the over consumerism. People aren't saving. They don't value it. Credit, it's easy. Credit is cheap, right? I can run up a credit card and all this. Why? No. They say again, these are cultural things that you have to change, especially for a community that's behind, right? We always say the black community is behind. We're behind economically, financially, educationally, right? These are things that we can't afford to do. You can't afford not to have an emergency fund, right? As a black person, right? And as well in knowing that we're prone to health issues, right? How are you gonna handle like a health issue and you don't have $1,000 in the bank?
That's true. That is so true. That is so true. Or you going to manage if the car stop working. You need the car to go to work. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's that. But what is sold to us as black people is that we should be consumers. That our lives will be better if we have the most expensive shoes or the most. We discussed it already. It's just that. It's just that. But I know that I fail, but I'm not going to allow my child to fail, and that's the direction. We cannot repeat the same. We cannot be repeating the same thing over and over and over. That's retardation. That's being retarded. Your child should not be in the same situation that you are in. It should be a little bit better.
For sure.
That's what I don't understand with the community. How is it that we see so many people going to jail, and jail now is almost as if it's a badge of honor? And what are you going to jail for? Silly, stupid stuff. Everybody clout chasing. But it is what it is.
I got a question for you, Stu, in terms of like some of the cultural things and all. You mentioned clout chasing and all this stuff, right?
Yeah.
So how much of an influence do you think? We always say that, well, rap music or the entertainment culture. How much of that you think really contributes to some of that? Some people just say no, that's just a reflection of what happens in the culture. Others actually blame, right, you would say, movies and the media for I guess for propagating that negative culture, right? So where do you maybe fall on that spectrum?
Our people, my thing is that our people, and I'm not talking about African American, I'm talking about Jamaicans. They don't go anywhere. They live in the same community. I, you will live 5 minutes away from the beach, and you haven't been to the beach. Our people don't go anywhere by nature. So what we see is what influences us. So we see the entertainers living a certain kind of lifestyle, having access to certain things, and that influence our boys in particular. Because our boys have low self-esteem, and if they don't have the ability to dress a certain way or to look a certain way, it impacts them mentally. And the heroes becomes the entertainers. And as a result of that, I see my son telling me that he wants to pierce his ears. And I said, why? I don't pierce my ears. But it's influence of the entertainment and the music. The clothes that they wear is influenced by those. And the music that they listen to influence their mind. If you think about it, let's go back to when Fight the Power came out. Public Enemy released Fight the Power almost 6 months before NWA released Straight Outta Compton. When Fight the Power was playing, all the black children had the African chain around the neck with the little leather African pendant. They dressed a certain way. They were more militant in their mind. But as soon as NWA came out with Straight Outta Compton, a nigga named Ice Cube from the group called Niggas with Attitude, the whole mentality shift.
Yeah, that's right.
It wasn't about self-consciousness anymore. It was more looking gangster, looking thuggish. You can't remember.
Right.
If you're old enough, you can go back.
I remember listening to the first song from Ice-T, right? I remember I was in middle school. From then on, it was like, hey, I'm hooked, right? It's like, it was a horrible, it's a horrible, influence, right, on a young mind.
Right. That's what influenced a lot of our young minds. A lot of our young minds were influenced by that. We didn't want to be that dude anymore. We didn't want to be Speech from Arrested Development. We wanted to be Ice Cube. And then Ice Cube is the biggest hypocrite in the world. Because as soon as he gained the ability to become commercial, he dropped all the gangster shit. He became the are-we-there-yet person. So he left the thousands of youths mind who he helped to corrupt in the back and moved on to be corporate Cube, barbershop Cube.
Right. And I think you've got another tool in the tool belt right there. We got to cut away from this poisonous media, right? Whether people want to hear it or not. I know you don't want to claw this weird rap music away from your kids, but you need to do it. It's like these are sacrifices that you're gonna have to make, right?
Yeah. Listen, sagging. Let's take sagging in particular. Sagging, the wearing the pants below the butt. It's the longest fashion trend that the black community has ever experienced. Tell me a fashion trend that has lasted as long as sagging. None. Miniskirts didn't last that long. Leather pants didn't last that long. Starter jackets didn't last that long. But we can't seem to get rid of the sagging. And it's associated with the music.
Yeah, but you know, we're gonna get called a bunch of old prudes and all this for saying this stuff. It's like, well, we can't let the kids listen to their rap. We can't let them do this, and we can't let them run wild, right? But you know, these are to me, these are like practical things that are just gonna happen. They just have to happen, right?
There was a young rapper in Chicago, I can't remember his name, that must have accidentally shot a little girl or something like that. He was about 12 or 13 years old. And he was on Instagram with guns and weed and all of that bullshit. And very few people call out the bullshit. Very few people call out the bullshit.
Yeah, I hear excuses, right? When someone criticizes that, it's just like, well, yeah, they shouldn't be out here on on these rap videos with guns and pistols and talking about killing each other. You say, well, that's not their fault, right? This is just the environment they're in. It's like, well, yeah, we're trying to change the environment, right? That doesn't mean you're supposed to monetize it and sell it to the world, right? Who monetizes and sells the worst of themselves to the world? You shouldn't. You shouldn't do that.
All right. Dwight Howard, 14-year-old son. I spoke about this already. 14-year-old son assaulted a 12-year-old little boy. Sexually assaulted a 12-year-old little boy. And the mother got arrested. They're saying that a 14-year-old doesn't know what he's doing. And I'm saying, in our community, we're making excuses for 14-year-old. When 50, 60, 70 years ago, 14-year-olds were the age to join the army. 14-year-old, we're doing so much more. But we're making excuses now because parents don't want to take responsibility.
Yeah,
But it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is, Brendan.
Hey,
Yeah.
you know, we talk about solutions, right? Unbiased said it best, right? He's like, hey, if you don't come up with your own solutions, you put it in the hands of someone else, right? And those solutions, they're going to be harsh, and it's not going to be, something desirable for you. So you come up with your own solutions. You don't want another community to solve your problems, right?
My mother used to say, the police is the family planning for the poor. That's what my mother used to say. The police is the family planning for the poor. So if you don't know what you're doing, the police will help you out. They'll make sure they help plan our families.
Right. And you said this a few months ago, and I don't know if you remember it. And me and you were having a conversation. It's like, well, what do you do with your non-productive citizens? What do you do with a person who can't make a living for themselves, who can't benefit or help add to society? He's like, yeah, we've already got a solution for that. It's the jailhouse.
It's the jailhouse.
Right. Yeah.
What you do with people who ignore the social contract when you're born, the social contract that you sign, that I am going to be a productive member of this community. People don't understand that when you're born into a society, into a community, you sign a social contract, to be a productive member. And the community says, if you're a productive member, we will grant you certain opportunities. But if you're unproductive, we will put you aside, we lock you away, we excommunicate you. That is it.
Unfortunate, right? Yeah. It's true.
Unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Anyway, I am done for tonight. Brendan, big up. I need to contact you on LinkedIn, but I soon do it.
Yeah, for sure. Do that. Do that, brother. All right, peace, brother.